Oh, hello. My name is Will, and I love Ben 10. Ever since the original series came out in 2005, I've been an avid fan, collected the action figures, joined the community, and have always been celebrating the series as my personal favorite from childhood. I was trying to think of an idea for a big project to work on, and I realized that I hadn't watched Ben 10 in quite some time, so I put two and two together and decided this was the perfect opportunity to combine my passions, video making and Ben 10. It's time to put it all together, put the finishing touches on it, wrap it up in a nice bow, and definitively rank every episode of the original Ben 10 series. Now, if you thought I was just gonna be some schmuck sitting in front of a computer screen, dragging JPEGs onto a tier ranking board, no. If you know anything about me, I do everything in the most complicated way possible. Here on the Strict Maybe YouTube channel, we do everything big. I've got a whole crew here to help me out. I think it's time to introduce you to the Ben 10 Big Board. Gentlemen, if you would please. Am I good?
We're good.
All right. The Ben 10 Big Board. So here's how it works. We'll go through the series season by season, with each episode receiving a letter grade of F through S. Each episode will also be given a numeric score based on where I believe it falls in the hierarchy of best to worst episodes in the series, with number 1 being the best and number 49 being the worst. We'll calculate each season's average score based on its episode's numeric rankings. Episodes were primarily ranked based on plot, the quality and variety of Ben's alien transformations, and most importantly, how much fun it was to watch. We've dilly-dallied enough, it's time to get this show on the road. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, I do sincerely hope you enjoy. One more thing before we start. I had to do some crazy watermarking on the show footage. It's gonna look something like this. This is not a branding thing or anything. This is just so that you can see the video and it not be copyrighted by YouTube. Okay, enjoy. And we're off. The series premiere of Ben 10. Pretty cool that it opens with some intense space combat and Hollywood-grade green screen explosions. First character we meet is Vilgax, who will serve as the main antagonist of the series. He's a space alien warlord who is hunting down the ultimate weapon to build an army with, the Omnitrix. Now we meet our brave, heroic protagonist, Ben Tennyson. He's a typical 10-year-old, too cool for school, but not cool enough to avoid atomic wedgies. He's off for an exciting summer vacation with Grandpa Max and his RV, along with his annoying cousin Gwen, who is a goody two-shoes nerd. Their first stop is a campsite where Ben sees something crashing down from space, but we, as the audience, know that it's some type of space vessel launched by the ship being chased by Vilgax. Ben checks it out and bang! The Omnitrix finds his wrist. Our first alien of the series is Heat Blast, who immediately starts a forest fire. Ben works together with Gwen and Grandpa to put it out, meaning that all three of them are in on the secret. Back in outer space, Vilgax is all sorts of torn up inside some type of medical tube after the previous battle. One of his underlings breaks the news to him that the Watch is no longer in the drone that landed on Earth, which forces Vilgax to deploy some mecha droids for retrieval. With the fire extinguished, the trio regroups to hear Ben explain what's happening. Grandpa Max is immediately concerned that there may be some alien activity afoot.
I don't like this one little bit.
Despite Max's request to not tinker with the Watch anymore, Ben goes wild mutt and runs off into the woods to test out his powers. Vilgax's droids locate him, which forces Ben into the first combat sequence of the series. Even though Max is annoyed that Ben didn't follow his wishes, he is excited at the potential of the Watch and says they should practice with it ASAP. Perfect timing because some local campers radio in that they're being attacked by a giant robot. They hustle over to the campgrounds to find the giant robot Vilgax sent down to Earth. Ben turns into Diamond Head to protect the campers and takes down the bot, enraging Vilgax in the process. The next morning, the gang packs up the camper for their next stop, but not before Ben uses Accelerate to get some sweet revenge on those school bullies. This episode does a solid job of establishing the characters along with the potential of this cool alien Watch, and also hints at a larger conflict with Vilgax in outer space. It does what needs to be done as a premiere, but there aren't really any awesome standout moments in my opinion. I also don't appreciate Ben not knowing how Eeny Meeny Miny Mo works. Had he done it correctly, Diamond Head wouldn't have even been used. The butterfly effect is real. There's some funny hints to Max's past as an alien fighting plumber too.
He's not a monster. He's an alien. I mean, look at him. What else could he be?
But as it stands on its own, this episode is pretty run-of-the-mill. I imagine writing that first episode has got to be one of the hardest parts of launching a new show, since you have to balance introducing your characters with giving the audience enough excitement to tune in next week. Obviously, it was good enough because there's been like 80 iterations of Ben 10 since it first launched in 2006. With all that said, And Then There Were 10 gets a C ranking. We open with a shot of Heat Blast saving some folks from a burning building and then nerding out with a kid about some sumo slammer cards. This lets us know that Ben and the crew plan to perform good deeds using these new alien powers wherever they can. I do think it's kinda lame though that we're already repeating aliens when there's 6 more we're curious to see, but I guess the save woman from burning building is a tried and true trope. Then we get introduced to a new enemy, the evil and villainous Dr. Animo, who actually ends up reappearing quite a bit throughout the series. Also, he hates landlords, just goes to show that every villain has redeeming qualities. Animo's whole thing is controlling and mutating animals for his personal gain so he can punish a world that has dismissed his scientific genius. Good versus bad finally clash at a supermarket that somehow Animo is only hearing of for the first time despite having lived in the city for 6 years. An interesting moment here is Ben having to confront Animo as a human because he irresponsibly timed out the watch by using gray matter to look for trading cards. This is really the first example of Ben's childishness coming back to hurt him, but also him gaining confidence in his own abilities. This episode makes it very clear that the writers have a burning passion for god-awful one-liners. I did not remember this being as big of an issue as it was when I was a kid, but good golly, is it bad.
Today, I will make history, or should I say, prehistory.
Gwen finds Animo's info online, which is the first example of her using her intelligence to help Ben take down an enemy. They track Animo down to a museum where a really cool sequence of prehistoric fossils reanimating happens, and Four Arms has a pretty cool fight with a woolly mammoth. Finally, Stinkfly chases Animo down for a final confrontation, and Ben has to make his first extremely difficult choice. Save a rare sumo slammer card, or let a dude be consumed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ben saves the dude, thereby shrinking the supply of that card and driving up the market value through the roof. I had some fun watching this one. Dr. Animo does come across as a legitimate threat, and not just some goofy, clumsy villain who lucks his way into success from time to time. There were some highlights in the action, and we got to see more of what the Omnitrix has to offer too. Washington BC score? A B. C. No, just a B. Yeah, I get a B. From the city to the shore, Grandpa Max takes the kids to the lake for a few days. We open with Gwen saying a word I don't think you can say anymore.
Knock it off, midget!
Cliche boy who cries wolf scenario. Ben fakes being hurt to scare Gwen, but then once he actually gets smacked by an actual Kraken, no one believes him. Go figure! But forget about that because Max has a fun boat adventure booked with Captain Shaw, who we're clearly not supposed to trust because ominous music plays when he's on screen. Ben continues keeping an eye out for the Kraken while on the boat until they run into Jonah Melville, leader of Friends of Fish, or FOF, or FLF, I don't know, FOF. With a name like that, how could there be anything mischievous going on? Wrong. The Kraken reappears and tries to steal a box from FOF. Accelerate creates a water spout and bullet kicks the hell out of the Kraken to make it go away. Jonah says the box was full of their lunch, but Shaw doesn't trust those no-good fishmen. He tells Ben that FOF just showed up one day and took over the lake. Night falls and Shaw goes out for a Kraken hunt, only to find Ben stowed away. They come across FOF who are evil. They're no friends of fish, they're fiends of fish. Jonah is a poacher and his crew are after Kraken eggs. They blow up Shaw's dang boat, which is hilariously over-the-top evil, and start chasing down Stinkfly. This is the first time we get to see Stinkfly's projectiles too. Always cool to learn an alien's new abilities. Suddenly we reach the climax. Ben, Captain Shaw, Fiends of Fish, and the Kraken are all in one place. Max and Gwen get to some cool James Bond type fight scenes. While that's happening, we see Ripjaw's ripping these dudes a new one. Ben has to kind of fight Jonah in this insane mech suit at the same time he's fending off the Kraken. There's some really cool underwater fight sequences between Ripjaws and Mecha Jonah, but Ben, being the good kid he is, chooses to save Jonah from the Kraken when he's ultimately cornered. As every conflict has concluded so far, the best and brightest boys in blue arrive to take Jonah away. Captain Shaw captures Ripjaws thinking it's another Kraken, only for it to transform back to Ben when he's not looking. It's a pretty cute moment. The episode ends with this weird shot of the Kraken protecting its eggs. Okay. Maybe the intention was for the Kraken to reappear later on in the series, but I can assure you it does not. This episode was great. It made for an interesting dynamic having so many different parties involved, especially when it wasn't abundantly clear who was good and who was bad. I'm a simp for Ripjaws, so getting to see him shine was awesome. He is completely dominant against anything underwater. One thing I noticed at this point in my rewatch was some of the cartoon violence is actually kind of violent for a Cartoon Network show. Blowing up Shaw's boat and shooting at Stinkfly was kind of shocking. Not in like a, oh my days kind of way, but just thought it was an interesting change between season 1 and the rest of the show. Despite this gross display of aggression, the Kraken gets an A. Ooh-wee, we've got our first stinker, folks. Permanent Retirement opens with Gwen getting absolutely owned in the marketplace of ideas.
What do you have that's non-fat with less than 3% sugar?
Napkins.
While this is happening, Grandpa Max is getting mugged, or something. I don't know, but it sets up our first appearance of Upgrade perfectly. Grandpa Max survives his brush with death and takes his grandchildren down to Heaven's waiting room, Florida. Aunt Vera lives here in a retirement community, but Ben quickly notices that things aren't quite as they seem. Ooh. Finally, we get to see Ben's 10th alien, Ghost Freak. He sneaks out of Vera's house to escape boredom and stumbles across an old dude being weird and walking towards a secret dungeon hidden under a dumpster. The Omnitrix goes off, revealing Ben, who takes the old dude on a wild chase in a golf cart. This old dude can extend his limbs, climb, run, a bunch of stuff that most old people can't do. But interestingly, once he sees some sprinklers go off, he gets nervous and runs away. Hint, hint. The amount of old person stereotypes referenced in this episode probably had me dying when I first watched in 4th grade.
Ben, you snuck out. Aunt Vera was hurt.
She's old, she'll forget.
Back at the house, everyone goes to sleep and Vera gets oozed. She starts acting weird and finally Gwen is on Ben's side that something strange is happening. They go on a walk so Ben can show her the secret dungeon, and that's when they find Grandpa Max, who has also been oozed. This leads to an absolutely heartbreaking anime betrayal. Wild Mutt having to fight Grandpa Max. Ugh, I can barely speak of it. They go through these tunnels and find an alien ship full of these egg sack things that contain the actual old people that the ooze aliens replaced. This is technically the first alien encounter since the first episode when Diamond Head fought Vilgax's robot. Ben makes his first bad strategic decision by transforming into Heat Blast. The ooze aliens aren't affected by heat or fire at all. Whatever shall they do? Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for things Will learned in the one film class he took that he always tells people he learned in the one film class he took. Lesson 1, Chekhov's gun. Quote, a narrative principle that every element in a story should be necessary and irrelevant elements should be removed. The most common example of this is the presence of a gun on screen. 99% of the time, if you see a gun, it's going to be fired at some point. And so this concludes the first lessons of things Will learned in the one film class he took that he always tells people he learned in the one film class he took. At the start of the episode, Gwen sprays Ben with a water gun. At the end of the episode, Gwen defeats the aliens with a water gun. Add another point for Chekhov. Yeah, much like the life of a retiree, this episode was a snooze fest. There wasn't necessarily any one glaring flaw that hurt the episode, it just overall felt like the B team at the studio was assigned this one. At least we got to see Upgrade and Ghost Freak in the same episode. Permanent Retirement gets a D. From PU to Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We've got our first bona fide banger of season 1. Hunted. This episode is heavy on lore and thick on action. Did you forget about Vilgax? Can't say I blame you, but he is very much alive, and he's angry. Vilgax hires 3 bounty hunters to track down the Omnitrix. Crab, a character we never see again, so it's not worth describing. 6-6, a Boba Fett type character who makes a living as a bounty hunter and has cool alien weapons and gadgets and stuff. And Tetrax, who we'll discuss more in a bit, but he's really important. Cut to Ben completing a training course at Diamond Head to hone his skills. How the heck did Max assemble this thing? After they leave the training site, the bounty hunters get there and have a standoff about not getting in one another's way. Finders keepers. While training, Diamond Head damaged the rust bucket, so they have to stop in at some abandoned mining town for repairs. Ben and Gwen wander around, and we get another early instance of Ben's immaturity, leading to him making irresponsible choices with the Omnitrix. He transforms to Ghost Freak to prank Gwen, but ends up in a pickle when Crab shows up. Thanks to some perfectly placed machinery, Gwen ultimately takes him out and the two escape. Interesting note, I believe this is the first time Ben hears the word Omnitrix.
Hand over the Omnitrix, and I promise you won't suffer much.
Small detail, but felt like it was worth mentioning. Grandpa starts tweaking once they tell him what happened and say they gotta dip right away. This is more foreshadowing to his days as a plumber. Inevitably, they start getting chased again and for some reason decide to hide inside a mine shaft. Crab can't outrun humans, but somehow slams into a wall while turning the corner. When all hope seems lost, boom! Crab gets blasted by 6-6. Ben goes Diamond Head to fight 6-6 and gets separated from Gwen and Max. Fun fact, this is the first episode where we see a double transformation of the same alien. Cool. While the hunters are bickering over who gets to claim Ben, the mysterious third bounty hunter swoops in and actually saves the day. Turns out this guy, Tetrax, is actually a Petro Sapien, just like Diamond Head, and maybe isn't an ally, but at least more neutral than the other 2 bounty hunters. By the way, what happened? Oh my god, they formed an alliance and took Gwen and Max hostage. Tetrax tells Ben, "You're weak, lol, let me get my hoverboard and then we're out of here," and then starts whooping 6-6. Ben receives a vision from Grandpa Max reminding him, "Might isn't always right," which perfectly sets up a really cool gray matter sequence. Ben climbs inside the evil hunters and makes them malfunction. Tetrax gives Ben his hoverboard and then pieces out. We've got everything on the menu with this one, folks. Really great action, an introduction to 6-6 and Tetrax, and some awesome world building. Hunted, ladies and gentlemen, receives our very first S ranking. And we're back to Stinkerville. Tourist trap? More like Boris trap, am I right? So we start with an entirely inconsequential stinkfly scene where he rescues a truck driver, but we do learn that stinkfly's goo can put out fires. Cool. From here, the gang drives to Sparksville, which is actually a really funny setting. It's a middle of nowhere tourist trap, hence the episode name, whose only export is dumb world's biggest sculptures. Huge props to voice actor Dwight Schultz. His performance as Mayor Earl is one of the highlights of season 1.
Tickets, please.
I thought you were the mayor.
He who wears the crown is burdened by many hats, son.
Ben causes a ruckus when he goofs off as Forearms and breaks the cardinal rule of Sparksville.
Mind the signs.
They accidentally release Megawatt, who had been trapped inside of a giant rubber band ball. Mayor Earl explains that Megawatt is something of a local cryptid to the town.
Maybe it's an alien.
Alien? That's just plain kooky talk.
Obviously, Ben and Gwen now feel responsible for unleashing this nuisance, so Ben goes Upgrade to try and catch it. This is the first time we get to see Upgrade shoot his energy beam from his eye. Since we're only halfway through this episode, of course this first encounter doesn't go well. Upgrade is actually a terrible counter to Megawatt, who ends up replicating himself and causing even more havoc.
There goes the world's largest toothpicks. Oh, the humanity.
The mayor says Megawatt is probably headed to the hydroelectric dam nearby, and also reveals himself to be something of a real nihilist.
After that, they'll just wipe out the next town, and so on and so on.
Anyways, they come up with a plan to trap all the Megawatts using Heat Blast. This fight is pretty fun. We see Heat Blast surfing on a fireball and creating smoke screens for the first time in the series. Eventually, they trap the little dudes inside a fishbowl and pay back Sparksville for the damage by giving them a brand new attraction.
Vegas light bulb. It'll be a humdinger.
As funny as Mayor Ehrlich, oh my god. As funny as Mayor Earl was, even he couldn't save this episode from being a snooze fest. The plot is kind of boring on paper, so it's even more boring drawn out to fill 23 minutes. While it was cool seeing some new abilities from Heat Blast, the traditional big final battle of the episode was just kind of meh. And visually, this episode is weirdly ugly. It felt like the exposure was too high most of the time with all the whites and browns, just not very pleasing to the old eyeballs. Had Mayor Earl not been so funny, this would have been our first F. But yet again, proving himself to be one of the show's true unsung heroes, he earns Tourist Trap a D.
Sound the banger alarm. This is not a drill. Banger a minute.
Kevin 11. Now this is a classic episode of Ben 10. One of the most, if not the most, iconic villains in the show. It's always good to teach some type of moral lesson, so the episode starts with Ben using Ghost Freak to sneak into a Super Sumo Slammers game testing event. Grandpa Max has been trying to instill in Ben that he needs to be responsible with the Omnitrix. Ben sees it as his grandpa being grumpy, but eventually we learn that it's actually because Max knows it's alien technology that other aliens want. There's a crazy anime-style cut of Ben dropping a real heater on Max.
You can't always tell me what to do. You're not my dad.
You're not my dad!
Gwen follows Ben to the arcade where they encounter Gothic bad boy Gothic kid Kevin. He apparently has some type of electric powers and uses it to zap some free quarters out of an arcade cab. Ben thinks he's cool, but mature, intelligent Gwen can sniff out that he's bad news a mile away. Kevin gets ganged up on by some bullies, which Ben obviously doesn't like if you think back to the very first episode. Ben goes Accelerate to help Kevin out. There's a hilarious moment where somehow one of the bullies thinks Accelerate is a costume. Even better is the insanely over-the-top stock scream we hear shortly after.
Little early for Halloween, dude, isn't it?
Ben follows Kevin back to his home, which is a makeshift shack in an abandoned subway tunnel. Kevin explains his parents abandoned him when they realized he had weird powers and has been on his own ever since. Considering the tension with Grandpa this morning, Ben feels like Kevin is living the dream. Ben vents to Kevin, who comes up with the idea to break into a warehouse full of Sumo Slammer video games and stick it to Grandpa Max. Things take a turn when an entire SWAT team with guns and helicopters arrive on scene to quell the gamer heist. Ben changes into Stinkfly both to impress Kevin and to go on the run. The animation during this chase is pretty insane. There's some really great set pieces like this one of Stinkfly in front of the Statue of Liberty. I believe this is the first time it's made clear that Stinkfly sees through his antenna tentacle things. Cool stuff. Anyway, the police open fire on Ben and Kevin in an extremely populated area. This almost broke my immersion. I thought I was watching police training videos. They escape the helicopters by going into a tunnel where Ben appears to voluntarily transform back to human. I feel like this is a bit of a continuity error in terms of his control over the Omnitrix, but the show is like 30 years old or something, so who cares? This is when things get sticky. Kevin proposes what Ben thinks is just a friendly partnership, when really it's a Bonnie and Clyde crime deal. Their first partner in crime activity is to derail a train, killing everyone inside in order to steal some money. What? This episode has an insane disregard for civilian lives. Ben's all like, maybe terrorism is too far, and Kevin responds,
Then try and stop me, watch boy.
and just like that, the partnership is off. Ben goes Heat Blast to fight back after Kevin switches the train tracks. Kevin then sucks up the power in the station, which takes out the lights, then jumps onto Heat Blast, which probably should have burnt him alive, but instead he accidentally absorbs energy from the Omnitrix. Kevin now has Heat Blast's powers. There's some cool combat and action here. The most important thing to highlight is that Ben realizes Kevin is actually his character foil. Everything Grandpa had been telling him about being responsible and thinking of others is true. Kevin only thinks for himself, which is why they're now in this mess. Back to the action. After attacking the bullies who are comically getting their behinds beat left and right this episode, Kevin's Heat Blast power runs out right as Forearm shows up. Perfect timing. Kevin goes half forearms, two arms? Well, there's only one alien arm. One arm? Kevin has arms and they start duking it out. He makes it clear to Ben that his goal is to absorb everything the Omnitrix has in it. While they're fighting, the watch's shutdown beep goes off, but by the grace of God, lasts for a conveniently long time, just long enough to trap Kevin and make him surrender. Or so we thought. Kevin sees Ben's truce offer as a sign of weakness and calls him a, quote, little baby. Y'all gotta hear this line delivery. It's crazy.
Your mommy dropped you on your head when you were a little baby?
While trying to force the watch off of Ben, Kevin triggers some type of defense mechanism and they both get blasted. Finally, Kevin is defeated. For now. The episode ends with Ben apologizing to Max for being selfish, to which Max responds with one of every parent's go-to lines when they really want to make a kid feel guilty.
You're my grandson, and nothing will ever change that. But my trust is something you'll have to earn back.
But what's this? Kevin is alive? And he's Joker laughing? Oh, hell. Bravo, bravo, bravo! What an episode. Perfect introduction of Kevin, who will play a huge role throughout the series. The dilemma between Ben and Grandpa Max is probably very relatable to young kids watching this episode, which is one of the first times this show actually takes a somewhat mature tone. Action sequences are great, alien appearances are great, everything about this episode is just super duper great. Kevin 11 gets an S tier, bravo! We open with Vilgax's baby. Plot development is back on the menu. He's still looking for the Omnitrix, which is on the wrist of Ben, who is getting snacks at a gas station. An all-women band of criminals shows up with weirdly alien-like weaponry and blow up a money truck. Ben goes forearms to fight them, but once the helmets come off and he realizes it's a bunch of women, he is nervous about hurting them anymore. This moment of confusion gets him blasted by Rojo, who will be our antagonist for the episode. Side note, it's about this time in the show where I really started yawning whenever Ben went forearms. This is episode 8, and we've seen him appear in 5 episodes already. I'm sure Man of Action and Cartoon Network had some type of market research showing 10-year-olds go absolutely nutty whenever forearms is on screen, but as an adult rewatching the show, it gets pretty old pretty quick. Anywho, Vilgax sends some drones to get involved. Rojo fires a weapon at Max, which ends up collapsing the gas station and trapping Grandpa. Ben and the gang dip out to get Grandpa to safety. Once they're gone, a drone takes over Rojo's body, so now she is super strong and has cool weapons and stuff. Grandpa Max is now in the hospital, and Rojo is robbing a jewelry store. Vilgax begins speaking to Rojo since his drones are controlling her body. Vilgax says she should get him the Omnitrix and that he'll teach her how to grow more powerful if she succeeds. Must be enough for Rojo because she's in. Ben is feeling guilty for Grandpa getting hurt and wants to find a way to save him. He activates the Omnitrix, which signals to Rojo where he's located. Time for a little hospital terrorism. Ben and Gwen run outside and hide behind some ambulances to escape, but then Rojo triggers a rock slide that forces Ben to respond as Heat Blast. Ben wins by luring Rojo into an oil explosion. Grandpa Max is awake and in good spirits, but Ben still feels guilty. He thinks that had he never found the watch, all of their issues would go away. Vilgax speaks to Rojo again, pressuring her to finish the mission. She's got just one more chance until he's done with her. Ben thinks by running away it would keep Max and Gwen safe, so he goes to a park and watches a grandpa and grandson play catch. My eyes almost rolled out of my head at this moment.
I'm glad we can spend the summer together, Grandpa.
Ben hears about a crime occurring and goes to check it out. At the same time, Gwen wakes up and finds Ben's runaway note. She also hears about the same crime happening and knows where to find him. Fast forward through a solid Accelerate fight, the final encounter takes place inside an old gym. Ben goes upgrade to fight Rojo, which ends up being the perfect counter. He's able to totally merge with Rojo, but while inside Rojo's mind, Vilgax speaks directly to him. This is the first quote-unquote meeting between Vilgax and Ben. Big for the lore. Upgrade does some cool tricks like taking over some exercise machines to fight Rojo with. I think this scene was the first time I realized Upgrade could control anything made of metal, not just technology. Upgrade takes over Rojo one more time, which kills the drone, setting her free. Fortunately, Gwen is the one to deliver the final blow, so Ben doesn't have to hit a girl. Phew! We get some really interesting Plumber foreshadowing when Ben tells Max and Gwen about seeing Vilgax.
He said I should be afraid. Grandpa, you look afraid.
I'm fine.
Grandpa panics a little bit because he knows who Ben is talking about, but plays it cool and gets the kids back on the RV. This episode was about as average gets. Cool plot development and interesting alien appearances, but Rojo doesn't make for a great antagonist, and she really lacks any true motivation outside of wanting more power, which is too cliche. The Alliance earns a C. Ripjaw's opener, major W, S tier, S tier, S tier. Y'all gotta look at this freeze frame. Ripjaws takes down some conniving criminals to open the episode, and as always in a respectable society, the cops show up to put them behind bars. One of the cops refers to Ben as a circus freak, which lets him know there's a circus in town. Gwen, Ben, and Grandpa go to check it out, and that's where they meet the real circus freaks, who will be recurring characters. You've got Thumbskull, who is strong, Frightwig, who has Medusa-like hair, and Acid Breath, who, you can guess. Once they're inside the circus tent, this is where we first see Zombozo.
That rib tickler himself!
We also learn that Ben has a fear of clowns, which leads him to excuse himself from the show. Ben leaves the big tent and stumbles across the circus freaks engaging in some criminal activity. As Wild Mutt, Ben starts beating their butt, but once the freaks call in Zombozo, Ben gets too scared to fight and they get away. I want to take a moment to bring attention to Acid Breath calling Wild Mutt Fido.
It's over, Fido.
This is not a real name for a real-life dog, but is used repeatedly throughout the series. I will absolutely be raising awareness of this issue throughout the video. Anyways, Ben goes back to the circus where the whole tent is gone and people are just wandering around. It's kind of funny visually, actually. It's supposed to be serious, but it's kind of funny. Grandpa Max is sitting on the steps. He's supposed to be acting sad and glum, but it just seems like he's blazed. Then we realize that Zombozo has kidnapped Gwen and plans to use her to power his big laughter and soul-sucking machine. Grandpa Max tells Ben a story about facing his fears and says, sometimes you just gotta scare the fear out of you. And then passes out and they crash and die. Joking! It's a joke. They do kind of crash, but we're all good. Ben sneaks back to the circus grounds and ambushes the freaks. Upgrade has a really cool scene here where he takes over a pitching machine and starts spitting out baseballs. Afterwards, he starts working through the funhouse that ultimately leads into this really sick, kind of trippy, surrealist mind maze where Zombozo tries to scare Ben into giving up. This sequence probably scared some kids upon release. I'm surprised it was put out like this. Ben finally reaches the real Zombozo, who shows him this dried up husk version of Gwen.
Now don't tell me you're afraid of old Zombozo.
It's here where Zombozo clarifies he is draining people's positive energy, not their souls, lives, or otherwise PG-13 descriptor. Good save there, man of action. Ben decides to face his fear of clowns and gets a wave of courage once he realizes the danger Gwen is in. He goes Ghost Freak, which ends up being one of the better appearances for that alien, at least as far as when Ben has control. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Ghost Freak smashes Zombozo, which smashes his machine and releases everyone's souls, or positive energy, back to their bodies. And while we only see it from behind, this is the first time Ghost Freak reveals the black and white tentacles inside his chest. What an awesome episode. Weirdly mature and scary, but I think slipping episodes like this in among the more action-packed, easy-to-digest episodes is interesting. I really love episodes that have great alien variety. We got to see Ripjaws, Wild Mutt, Upgrade, and Ghost Freak. This episode definitely stands out as one of the most memorable from Season 1. Last Laugh gets an A. There's a Family Guy bit that fits perfectly here.
That's right, folks. It's going to be a Meg episode. Stick around for the fun. There's the clicker. No one would blame you.
The gang are on a museum tour where Gwen gets absolutely roasted by the tour guide for being a nerd.
It contains ancient witchcraft and rituals from the late 1600s.
Maybe you should work here, dear.
All of a sudden, they get stuck to the ceiling like a Dune assassination attempt, and this new bozo walks in. Not Zombozo, but just a bozo. Hex! He's the villain that uses magic and runes and spells and stuff. He's here to steal a book of spells from the museum. Ben fights him off as Accelerate and accidentally knocks off one of the charms Hex was wearing. Cut to this great line delivery from Accelerate.
Dude, you want a book? Try the library.
The moral dilemma of this episode is Gwen realizing that she wants to get some credit too whenever Ben saves the day. After all, in most situations, Ben wouldn't be successful had it not been for Grandpa and Gwen's help. My issue with this is that it feels out of character for Gwen to care about this. She's more mature than Ben and seems like more of a strategist than an infantryman. Feels like the writers kind of forced this conflict in just to set up this specific episode's plot, which is corny. Either way, it is what it is. Let's continue. After Gwen cries about not getting enough respect, Ben gifts her the charm that Hex dropped. As soon as she starts wearing it, things start to just go her way. Check out this gross chewing sound effect. Hex realizes his charm is gone and has to hunt it down. Listen to what is just very clearly Tara Strong doing Ben's voice, but in a southern accent.
Help! They stole my purse!
Gwen starts calling herself Lucky Girl and wearing her official superhero uniform. During an attempted rescue of some workers on a construction site, Gwen ends up being more helpful than Wildmutt, and then she ends up getting the news interview instead of Ben. Kinda funny that Gwen's good luck ends up being bad luck for Ben. But in a moment of just downright terrible luck for everyone involved, Hex sees the interview and knows Gwen has his charm. Hex lures them to the haunted history mansion where a bunch of wacky, kooky things are happening and has visitors hostage. Lucky Girl shows up to save the day, but quickly realizes it was a trap. This scene does a really creative job of illustrating how something like magical good luck could benefit someone in a combat scenario. Gwen always lands safely, her jumps are perfectly timed, and there's always something nearby to protect herself with. There's a pretty cool chase where Gwen keeps accidentally unlocking hidden passages in a catacomb that leads everyone, including Ben's forearms, to a graveyard for a final battle. But not before we hear one of Gwen's 3 or 4 canned scream lines. Hex reclaims the charm from Lucky Girl and reveals that he wants to destroy the city. Kind of random, I guess, but sure. Hex animates some of the graveyard gargoyles for Ben to fight, and just as it seems all hope is lost, Gwen throws a rock and hits Hex in the head. Ben defeats the gargoyles, throws Hex into a tomb, and calls the police so they can read Hex his Miranda rights. Thank God this is conveniently the longest alien transformation Ben has had so far. Real perfect timing, huh? Ben has forearms from 14 minutes and 9 seconds to 21 minutes and 23 seconds in screen time, which is quite possibly like an hour in real life depending on how quick the cops showed up. Also, Grandpa Max has this insane scene where he picks up what I guess is supposed to be a chunk of concrete and rebar and smacks a gargoyle out of the air. That must be the old man strength I keep hearing about. By the end, Gwen and Ben have squashed their beef. Ben learns that he should be more grateful for what this family does to help him and tells Gwen that she did a good job.
Gwen, you did a good job.
Which she records as blackmail.
Gwen, you did a good job. Gwen, you did a good job. Oh, man.
I really enjoyed this episode. I groaned a bit when I first started watching and remembered the premise of this episode, but by the end I was having a great time. The power that Gwen gets with the Lucky Charm works in creative ways, and I think by the end, even though Gwen's issue with getting recognition felt sort of ham-fisted, it does resolve itself pretty well after they team up in the graveyard to defeat Hex. Lucky Girl earns a ranking of B. Breaker, breaker, come in, breaker, 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 come in, over. Yeah, we've got a banger dead ahead. What starts as a fun day at the water park turns into a complete nightmare, but in a whimsical kind of way. Ben is pissed that he isn't tall enough to be allowed down one of the biggest slides and plans to take revenge by coming back as Ripjaws. Except the Omnitrix kind of bugs out on him. After Ben slams it into a wall, this weird energy surge happens and he turns into gray matter. There's some weirdo nerd dork at the park too, a one Howell Wainwright, who is hunting for aliens so he can become a famous scientist. The kid working the water slide roasts him right off the bat, setting up his Joker arc perfectly.
Okay, hold on while I call someone who cares. Ring, ring, ring. Oh, guess what, dude? No answer. Next in line!
He spots gray matter going down the slide and somehow defies the laws of physics to race down the slide, submerge himself, and capture gray matter without anyone noticing. The way gray matter yells for Gwen is hilarious.
Gwen! Gwen!
Howell gets away with gray matter and we officially have a Toy Story 2 situation on our hands. Max and Gwen take off to track down Howell's car. Grandpa Max realizes something is fishy about the fact Ben hadn't changed back into human form by the time he got kidnapped. Oh, Grandpa Max, how you forgot the 60-minute forearms appearance just one episode ago.
She's old, she'll forget.
The dialogue between Howell and Gray Matter is really funny. It almost has like a Tom and Jerry vibe to it. There's also lots of funny obstacles Ben has to overcome considering Howell's house is covered in high-tech security traps. Vacuum cleaners, cats, vent systems. The team got really creative with this episode. Oh, I almost forgot to do the bit.
That's right, folks. It's gonna be a
Gray Matter
episode. Stick around for the fun.
We learn that Hal is in contact with the Organization, some type of medieval secret society that apparently can offer fame in exchange for a live alien specimen. Later in the show, we'll learn that they're actually called the Forever Knights. While Hal has his guard down, Ben breaks out of the jar he's trapped in and manages to call Gwen and give her just the street name he's on before he triggers a security lockdown. A funny chase scene ensues between Gray Matter and Hal, and eventually ends when the Organization arrives to collect the specimen. Grandpa and Gwen spot the Organization leaving Hal's house and tail him back to their secret enclave. Is this so-called Organization paying property taxes? Because, man, are they living lavish. They seem like the real deal with all this alien technology laying around. Surprise, surprise, Hal gets backstabbed. The Organization take Gray Matter to, quote, run test, while Hal gets banished to the dungeon, until he fights back and goes rogue. Gwen and Max arrive at the fortress. Max makes it clear he knows exactly who the Organization is. More plumber foreshadowing. The two make their move into the castle while Ben is being prepared to be dissected by lasers until Hal shows up in disguise and saves him. So many twists. Ben finally reunites with Gwen and Grandpa Max and finds a secret stash of alien tech. Using his galactic brain, Gray Matter determines how to use the tech available to them to create a makeshift bomb and escape. The alien tech interacts with the Omnitrix, which causes Ben to transform back to normal. Hooray! Ben and Hal escape the castle just in the nick of time. Literally. The entire castle evaporates into a black hole. Crazy stuff. Hal swears off alien hunting and the gang leave him stranded without a ride as they dip out in the rust bucket. In our last scene, we see the head of the Organization looking at pictures of Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max and telling his crew to find more info on them. This was a pretty risky episode to write, but man, did it pay off. An episode based entirely around a pretty seldom used alien for season 1, and I never found myself bored. The dynamic between Gray Matter and Hal is great. The Organization really does live up to the hype as a powerful and dangerous secret society, and we get some very interesting world building about the plumbers even if you don't realize it in the moment. This is one of my favorite episodes of season 1 despite my initial expectations. Small Problem gets a huge S ranking. The first thing we hear in this episode is some very normal construction worker NPC dialogue.
Getting paid to smash stuff. You gotta love this job.
These workers are knocking down a condemned apartment building without knowing that our new villain Clancy lives here with his friends, the local insect population.
Well, if you think we're bugging you now.
Oh, God. Post-theme song, Ben is chasing down some bad hombres as Upgrade, who looks sick controlling a motorcycle. To reward himself, Ben indulges in a nearby ice cream truck storage, but ends up getting stuck inside, thus giving us the gimmick for this week's episode, the common cold. Grandpa Max knows some ancient Chinese medicinal recipe, so they head to Chinatown. The sound design in this next scene is bizarre, as in there is practically no sound design. Part of me thinks they had traditional Chinese music playing, but someone somewhere thought it came off too stereotypical, so they just removed it and left it blank. For the first time, Gwen gets a bit suspicious about how Grandpa knows so much about the furthest reaches of the world.
So, where exactly did you learn how to make this stuff, Grandpa?
I picked it up from a monk in Guangdong, China. They have plumbing in China too, you know.
Clancy shows up to attack the local councilwoman who is responsible for the downtown redevelopment program that sent the workers trying to knock down his apartment building. Gwen dramatically yells, "Wasps!" And I just think it probably would have sounded better to call them hornets or bees. Ben goes Wild Mutt, which gives us the first look at how his sickness affects his aliens. Wild Mutt can't see that well because the gills he uses for guidance are all gunked up. So instead, Gwen climbs aboard and takes command. Maybe a small callback to permanent retirement. The fight is mostly inconsequential, so we head to the apartment building. To prank Grandpa and Gwen, Ben goes forearms to look like a giant bug. This works out perfectly since Clancy has kidnapped the councilwoman and starts fighting them. It's kind of funny that Sick Forearms really doesn't have a shtick. He just smells bad and sneezes a lot of snot. We couldn't think of anything else, really? And then you got Forearms yelling?
Ants in my pants.
Really? Whatever. They destroy the building, LOL, and then make the just freed from captivity councilwoman walk home alone, also LOL. Somehow they determine that Clancy will be at the local nuclear reactor and waltz in through the front door to find him. Clancy is trying to overload the reactor since he'll be safe under his armor of cockroaches. This is where Ben turns into Ice Blast for the final fight. Seeing the cold literally make Heat Blast ice cold was easily the most interesting use of the sickness gimmick. This is the only one of the 3 transformations we see where the sickness didn't really hurt the alien but just gave it a different strategy. Gwen is fighting off bugs with a broom while the reactor core is in total meltdown. Ben defeats Clancy and saves the day by freezing the reactor core to keep it from putting light on the roof. But as they're driving away, Clancy shows up and walks into the RV. Okay. And the way they beat him is weird. They throw that nasty medicine out of the window and all of Clancy's bugs chase it, leaving him powerless. Why do the bugs chase the medicine? Because it smells bad? Is that how bugs work? I was clocking this episode at an F until I saw Ice Blast. The sickness gimmick was not used in an exciting way at all and made the episode feel like filler, which isn't bad, contrary to popular belief, so long as it's entertaining on its own merit. Once I saw what they did with Heat Blast, I was really impressed. Side Effects earns a ranking of C. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Banger imminent, banger imminent. Another day, another car chase with criminals using alien weaponry. Seriously, how are they getting their hands on this stuff? Ben takes him down as Diamond Head, but doing so exposes his location to Vilgax once again, who decides to take matters into his own tentacles and head to Earth himself. Ben reveals he's been having nightmares about the same alien he saw when fighting Rojo as Upgrade. Grandpa definitely knows what's up. Ben tells him that the alien said, "I'm coming for you now" in his dream, and Grandpa just about pees himself. They take off in the RV right away. We get this weird cursed Ben expression. Ben turns into Upgrade as a prank, which ticks Grandpa off. He says they can't attract attention, which is exactly what has happened. Vilgax now has the Rust Bucket's location and is on his way. Vilgax and his drone start blowing up a nearby city, knowing that Ben can't resist showing up to help, even if Grandpa says it's not a smart idea. Ben quickly realizes he's in over his head and gets the feeling it was a trap.
Oh man, I didn't mean all at once. Why do I get the feeling you were expecting me?
And then bang! Ben and Vilgax meet face to face.
You're the alien from my visions. At last we meet.
They scrap a little bit, but it quickly becomes clear that Ben has never faced a threat like this. Grandpa whips that thing over to Ben and orders him to get inside so they can leave. There's a seriousness to Max's tone that we've never really heard before, and it makes for a real feeling of tension and anger. Drones are hot in pursuit as Max rushes to Mount Rushmore, and it's here where one of my least favorite tropes happens. The seasoned veteran who urges caution for reasons he can't explain, and the hot-headed rookie who throws caution to the wind. Max is damn near begging Ben at this point to not use the Omnitrix, and he just simply won't listen. It drives me crazy. Of course, things don't go well for Ben, who goes stinkfly to fight the drones pursuing them, so Grandpa is even more stressed. I love this delivery from Gwen. It feels very authentic for what a kid would say to a parent or a grandparent that's acting out of the ordinary.
Let me guess. At Mount Rushmore? Grandpa? You're really freaking me out.
Vilgax, having full knowledge of the Omnitrix, deactivates it and turns Stinkfly back into Ben, which hilariously annoys Vilgax when he realizes that they've been chasing some kid this whole time. Finally, Gwen and Max make it to Mount Rushmore, and this is where things pop off. Max accesses a secret tunnel and finally reveals to Gwen what his plumber past was actually all about. There's alien weapons and tech hidden left, right, and center in here.
Well, it's kind of complicated, but let's just say I wasn't exactly your normal plumber before I retired.
Vilgax has been all chained up and explains his motivation: to use the Omnitrix to create a super army who can shift between the alien species of the universe. Back in the RV, Max says that the weapon he chose tracks Vilgax in hopes that it will take him down for good this time, meaning they've fought before. So that's why he was so nervous about the nightmares. Just as Vilgax's ship is taking off with Ben inside, Grandpa pulls out all the tricks and crashes the rust bucket through the hole of the ship and plasters Vilgax to the wall. Let's go! Vilgax addresses Grandpa by name and it's on like Donkey Kong, baby. The machine holding Ben starts acting up, which makes the watch start randomly cycling through aliens. It reminds me of the Apollo Square mission in Bioshock 1 where your plasmids randomly rotate. The watch settles on forearms long enough for Ben to break free and fight back with a random assortment of aliens. Vilgax is dangling Grandpa Max over the edge of the ship. Ben tackles him to save Grandpa. Upgrade stretches out like a parachute to land safely on top of Mount Rushmore, which is sick. Vilgax catches up, ultra maxes his power, and starts dishing out some knuckle sandwiches. Vilgax's ship has been falling this whole time and crash lands in the woods. The rust bucket is able to escape, but by the time Ben gets there, Vilgax has taken Max and Gwen hostage. Vilgax makes an offer: his family's safety for a surrender. Ben agrees. But ha! Joke's on you, Vilgax. Grandpa initiated the self-destruct countdown. Thank God that feature was available. Ben goes heat blast to safely surf his way down to solid ground, which is now the second episode where we've seen Ben turn into the same alien twice. The more you know. Do you understand why this is such a banger? I love a season finale that feels like a season finale. There have been hints all over the place about Grandpa knowing more than he lets on, and this episode completely pulls the curtain back. Ben coming face to face with the single greatest threat of the entire show in Vilgax was a moment that lived up to the hype. The voice acting was great and made the danger feel authentic. And thanks to the Omnitrix malfunction, we got to see every alien in one episode. Granted, not always in the best light, rip Jaws, but that's neither here nor there. Secrets gets a big ol' S ranking. Season 1 is over. Let's do a quick, brief recap. Ladies and gentlemen, we clocked in 0 F tier episodes, 2 D tier episodes, 3 C tier, 2 B tier, 2 A tier, and 4 S tier, bringing us to an average ranking of 26.3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going golf score style here. This places us at the 4th overall best season. We're going for the lowest score possible. So what was season 1 all about? Well, this is a brand new IP, right? Unlike the 7 remakes that Cartoon Network has done since then. This was the very first iteration of Ben 10. So there was no source material to go off of. There was no fan service to reference. The only people that understood what was going on were the people actually in the Man of Action studio in Cartoon Network as they were producing it. So that's gotta be hard. Trying to establish a brand new IP when there's nothing to go off of can be a challenge. And I think that shows. There's definitely some episodes that drag, but at the same time, there are plenty of S tier episodes that do a great job of establishing the protagonist and the antagonist of the series, especially Vilgax. You really do start to get the sense that this is the big boy, the big bad of the universe, and the fact that he's now hunting down our hero, 10-year-old Ben, is frightening. Along with Vilgax, we also get introduced to a lot of recurring antagonists, Animo, Circus Freaks, for examples. Animo, in my opinion, ends up becoming one of the best recurring villains, and we'll speak about that more as the video goes on. I think the show overall with season 1, as challenging as it is to get something brand new created and a brand new foundation laid, I think it does what it needs to do, and overall it was still a great time going back and rewatching that. You weren't expecting a slump between seasons, were you? Banger, 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 banger. Oh my God, it's the Cold War gone wrong. America's launching nukes. Oh, it's just Vilgax. And low-key, high-key, he do be looking kinda slim thick, ayo? Is this a safe space, ayo? 2 dudes in cool spacesuits show up to fight Vilgax. Turns out it's a young Grandpa Max and his partner Phil. And boy does he have some one-liners.
You're too late.
Wrong. My timing's perfect.
Starting the season premiere with a flashback is awfully bold, but it works really well here considering where things left off. And by left off, I mean like a few minutes ago, because in present time, Grandpa is driving the kids away from Mount Rushmore and telling them about his past encounter with Vilgax. I always love season finales and premieres that pick up immediately where the other ended. Max further explains that the Plumbers were a secret group that handled alien encounters on Earth. Extraterrestrial, extrasensory, extraordinary. While Ben feels pride and excitement in following Max's footsteps, Gwen is kinda pissed that Max waited so long to tell them. You hear that siren? That isn't the fire truck in the episode. Oh no, that's the banger siren because Ripjaws is on screen, fellas. First alien of season 2. We are eating good this episode. Ripjaws arrives at an active crime scene, cue the classic visual gag of zooming out to reveal how small an enemy is. By coincidence, Max's old plumber partner Phil is on the scene too, trying to capture the alien. After some small talk, Phil notices the Omnitrix and tells Bennett, "Looks familiar." That's suspicious. They go their separate ways until Phil, immediately calls and reports another alien encounter? Like, dang dude, we ain't talked in decades and you're already blowing up my phone? SMH. The aliens Phil is fighting are actually wild mutt species, so Ben goes wild mutt in an effort to calm them down. They want no part of the kumbaya and attack. Out of nowhere, Phil activates a sonic pitch whistle which incapacitates wild mutts wildly. Max is getting a little suspicious considering Phil just happened to have that whistle with him and just happened to be nearby when that other alien was on the loose. Something's fishy. Phil invites the crew back to his penthouse suite at the local hotel and explains it was offered to him for free as a thanks for taking care of the manager's alien problem. Phil suggests him, Max, and Ben team up as plumbers, but Max is smarter than that. The free gifts and always being at the right place at the right time seems weird. Gwen wants to eavesdrop on Max and Phil after they leave, so they follow them back to the Mount Rushmore plumber base. There, Max discovers the null void projector is missing. This was a valuable piece of plumber tech that would trap aliens away for good in an alternate dimension. That explains Phil's plan. Release the aliens, capture the aliens, cash in a reward, repeat. Job security. Phil releases an alien from the null void to attack Grandpa, but Accelerate shows up just in time to save him. Unfortunately, he says one of the worst one-liners in the show.
You're no plumber. You're nothing but a big drip.
Phil escapes while they're fighting the alien, but Gwen snuck into his backseat to steal the projector. Major Gwen. While fighting over it, they accidentally release another alien, to which Ben exclaims,
"Something tells me that's not the state bird of South Dakota."
Ben accidentally goes gray matter, which works out perfect because he domesticates the state bird and uses it to catch up to Phil's car. There's a dramatic car crash and then the final confrontation. Hanging off the side of a bridge, it's Phil versus gray matter, baby. Phil aims a null void projector at Ben, who simply does not give a hoot.
Sorry, I'm on summer vacation.
Gwen sticks a mirror in front of the beam, trapping Phil inside the null void instead. Pretty morbid way to go. Grandpa Max tells Gwen and Ben they would have been great plumbers and then returns the projector to where it belongs. I told you this was a banger. This was a bigger lore dump than the Slack King files from Game Freak in October 2024. We see the depths of Max's integrity as both a plumber and a grandfather, with Phil serving as the perfect character foil. And we get fun alien variety thanks in large part to Ripjaws, baby. Oh yeah, Ripjaws, baby. Our world has gotten so much bigger in just 2 episodes. The season 2 premiere, Truth, earns an S ranking. The episode starts in Cannonbolt, the definitive big fella, top 10 all-time big fella, GOAT of the big fella game. Cannonbolt is my favorite alien, if you couldn't tell. Okay, moving on. Some giant meteor falls to Earth, and Cannonbolt lets out this hilarious, dopey big fella scream. Turns out it's not a meteor, but a giant tick, and the spaceship with 3 religious zealot aliens follows it around from planet to planet. And by coincidence, this giant tick destroyed the Cannonbolt species' home planet? Totally not cool, bro. My favorite of these little alien dudes is the yellow one with 6 arms, whatever he's called. I don't know, he just looks the goofiest to me. The zealots swear they can understand the tick and say the planet will be, quote, purified in like 1 night or something. It does seem like the giant tick does have legitimate world-ending capability. Not sure we could say that about many other villains, so a cool change of pace. The Old Faithful geyser in Yellowstone National Park, which is where they are, by the way, is about to bust, and the tick tells the aliens to go watch. Okay, weird, but sure. Stinkfly goops up the geyser to keep it from said busting, which bugs the aliens. While midair, he turns back into Ben, but he lands on the little alien's hoverboard thing, sending him flying, which is really hilarious. Then this goofy surfing scene happens with matching music. It's certainly not a highlight of the series, to say the least. I mean, I guess it's cool to have moments where human Ben does some cool stuff, but surely there's better ways, right? Next is a montage of Ben trying nearly every alien he has to destroy the Tick, but nothing seems to make a dent. At this moment, I was curious why there was no news coverage of what's going on. This is like the largest environmental disaster in the world's history, and the only people that know about it are Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa Max? Where is BuzzFeed? The aliens say they have to give the Tick a sponge bath, so the gang starts a rubbing. We get another wonderful canned Gwen scream, and then the Tick starts shedding its outer shell to transform into another stage. Ben sees his chance and turns into Cannibal. Side note, it's big boy season with that transformation sequence. And then falls down. I really do not remember this clumsy gag being a thing for Cannibal. I really hope it's not recurring. Whatever, he's the BB Fat. Best big fella of all time, for those unaware. So he does as he pleases, I suppose. Cannibal takes out the Zealots, the Tick starts a squirtin', Grandpa Max smacks an alien off its hoverboard, and then Cannibal jumps inside the Tick to kill from the inside out. At first I thought it was kind of strange the shot cuts away when Cannibal actually enters the Tick, but considering what these squirtin' orifices look like, I think I understand why. So he's in there banging around, doing to the Tick's guts what a 20-piece McNugget does to mine. We hear another canned Gwen scream, and then boom! The Tick is dead AF. The Zealots start praising Cannibal as their new leader, but when he changes back to Ben, they're like, oh, my bad, forgot you were a human. And my favorite one says,
enjoy the rest of your day.
Hopefully I made this episode sound more fun than it was. In reality, it's a bit of a dud. It's awesome that we see Cannibal's premiere, and I'd give the episode an S++ just for that if I could, but alas, I must be objective. Something about the religious zealots were kind of boring to me, and visually the episode is pretty bland with mostly grays everywhere. I don't know, it was alright. Nothing terrible, but nothing terrific. Except for Cannibal, of course. The Big Tick earns itself a strong C ranking. Absolutely massive episode for the lower heads out there. First thing we see is forearms attacking the police, which nearly made me sick to my stomach. Our dear boy Ben attacking those who sacrifice so much, who serve our communities, who have apprehended so many villainous villains. Thankfully, Lieutenant Steele of the Special Alien Containment Team arrives on scene and puts Ben out of his misery. Such a heartbreaking scene. Wait a minute.
Hold the fort.
Ben was in the rust bucket the entire time playing some insane abomination of a PSP variant. What in God's name is this? Gwen turns the TV on to show Ben the news footage so he can understand why she's accusing him of going berserk. All things considered, I do think Gwen and Max are perhaps taking the situation too lightly if they actually thought it was Ben. Ben is dead set on clearing his name, so they return to the scene of the crime. Imposter Arms, thankfully, is still there and leads them on a chase through back alleys to the local mint. Luckily, just like the nuclear power plant and side effects, they're able to waltz on into where the nation's currency is manufactured, no security in sight. Now it looks like there's an imposter heat blast too, and it has no Omnitrix visible. Finally, Gwen sees Ben and the imposter in the same room and knows that Ben is innocent. The imposter starts talking trash to Ben, and that voice seems awfully familiar. It's Kevin from Kevin 11. Kevin 11 from Kevin 11. Kevin actually absorbed all of Ben's aliens, so he can become any of them. However, he can only be human for a short period of time. So now Kevin has a vendetta against Ben for allegedly ruining his life. Kevin dips from the scene, leaving Ben as Diamond Head to be framed. SACT shows up and Lieutenant Steele says that fake Ben, which we now know is Kevin, has been wreaking havoc across the US. Y'all, he says Tallahassee, as in Tallahassee, Florida.
Chicago, Tallahassee, Barstow, you and your outer space pals have been keeping me real busy.
This damn near broke my neck. I did a double take so hard. My family and I lived in Tallahassee for 1 year. We did not particularly enjoy our time there, so we moved again. It was in Tallahassee where I started watching Ben 10 as an escape and fell in love with the series. Not to get too emotional and mushy here, but this was a crazy thing to hear out of the blue. Back to the show. New scenario, Kevin is using Upgrade to hijack a cable car, and it looks sick, by the way. Ben turns into Wild Mutt, and Gwen calls him Fido.
Wild Mutt? Nice choice, Fido.
That's Fido number 2, folks. And I didn't even catch it during my rewatch. I only just now noticed as I was writing this script. Who knows if I've missed other Fidos? I'm a failure. Anyway, that gets settled, but then the Rust Bucket gets surrounded by SACT, who wants to know what they know about these aliens. They're saved by the bell when reports of an alien attacking the Golden Gate Bridge comes through, and Steel hilariously gets flown away on a helicopter. I love when the uber macho military trope is done well. Time for the final battle, and it's only right that Ben pulls up as Forearms. Ben asks Kevin why he risks so many innocent lives just to get back at Ben, to which Kevin replies,
"Nobody's innocent. They just haven't had the chance to make fun of me yet."
Forearms has a sick moment where he slams the metal surface, which causes it to ripple and hit Kevin. Suddenly, Kevin turns back into a human. As Ben starts walking away, Kevin is enraged by Ben not thinking he's a worthy opponent and starts breathing really hard and getting really serious and grunting. And then boom, we have full alien form Kevin 11. This is one of the single greatest moments of the whole show. Kevin's design when he has attributes of all 10 of Ben's aliens looks insanely cool, and the setup for a big moment like this makes the reveal even more impressive. Kevin realizes he can't change his form anymore, so he's now permanently stuck like this. Another reason to be mad at Ben. Kevin smacks Ben around a few times and has him cornered. Steel drops this absolute banger of a line out of nowhere.
"Because you're one of the good guys. And good guys never have the guts to finish guys like me. But I do." Fire!
Kevin gets mollywopped into the water below, and Steel calls the dog off of Ben as an olive branch. And no surprise here, the last shot is of some bubbles in the water, showing us that Kevin is still very much alive. I do truly enjoy this episode. However, the pacing I feel could have been better. I feel like everything from the start to the cable car sequence is only alright, but the final act is exceptional. Considering that and the fact we get to see that awesome final fight with Kevin, I'm giving Framed a B ranking.
That's right, folks. It's going to be a
banger Gwen
episode. Stick around for the fun. There's the clicker.
Everyone would.
Blame you.
So we've got a pretty classic switcheroo what-if type episode. What if Gwen found the Omnitrix instead of Ben? Oh, what whores! The idea sounded unoriginal, but this episode really impressed me. It opens with this really cool comic book narration and a fight scene where Ben suddenly is watchless. In the RV, Grandpa Max implies that he just recently picked the two of them up for summer vacation, and when Ben says the Omnitrix, Max gets mad sus. At this point, we can tell we've moved backwards in time, but Ben still has all of his knowledge of what's occurred since he found the watch. Very memeable face right here. Ben talks about fighting Vilgax at Mount Rushmore, and Grandpa Max darn near loses his gourd. The running gag of Ben referencing the plumbers to Grandpa is really funny in this episode.
Don't you remember? You took Vilgax out with some super high-tech weapon thing.
Ben sees the pod crash to Earth as expected, but oh no, Gwen found it first. Random thought, I feel like the animation this episode seems unorthodox from the rest of the series, like the cartoon Scuffle Cloud when he fights Gwen, or this moment after Gwen insults Ben.
You, a trained pro? More like a trained seal.
Maybe this was done on purpose to lean into the alternate timeline concept. Just something I noticed. So Gwen turns into Heat Blast, or more like She Blast. She immediately has way better control of Heat Blast, probably since she's more mature than Ben and has that kung fu level of discipline. To get back at her for being a natural with the watch, Ben gets her to turn into Gray Matter, more like Girl Matter, and she gets into a sword fight with a raccoon. Good stuff. But kids, we've got to get serious. Since everything is repeating, that means Vilgax's robot shows up and Gwen has to fight him as Diamond Head. More like Diamond's our girl's best friend head. Am I right, fellas? Ben has to take on the sidekick role, which is really funny to watch.
Slice it and dice it, Gwen!
I just noticed that when Gwen Diamond Head shoots crystals, there's a glitter effect, which is pretty funny. Gotta make it clear that this is the girl version of an alien, not the big tough glitter-free boy version. Since Gwen is smarter than Ben, she's able to learn an alien's powers much quicker, which lets her easily incinerate the robot dude. Weird part is Grandpa tells a crowd of campers that the alien is Gwen, which seems out of character for a plumber, no?
What is that thing? That's no thing. That's my granddaughter.
The next day, Gwen starts bragging about all the cool stuff she's done with her new aliens. Ben starts to sound like Grandpa and lectures her about how she needs to be serious and responsible with the Omnitrix. So they go bowling and she cheats with forearms. More like forearms full of shopping bags and iced coffee. Am I right or am I right, boys? Ben vents to Gwen how frustrated he is that he'll never get to use the Omnitrix and that Gwen is already better with it than he is. And here's where we get our first timeline change. Vilgax pulls up. That spiky armadillo ball he drives around in is really cool. Since Gwen just used girl arms, she can't transform to fight back. Plus, Vilgax puts in the Konami code so she can't use the watch at all. Vilgax has a cold line right here.
You wouldn't hurt a girl, would you?
Hurt? No. I have something much worse in mind for you.
He rolls off with Gwen in tow, and Grandpa Max scoops Ben up from the bowling alley. Grandpa finally reveals his plumber tech that tracks Vilgax and admits that he now believes what Ben has been telling him. Vilgax has Gwen in the same exact holding device that he had Ben in, and preps the ship for launch. Grandpa busts out the same tricks that got them onto the ship the first time and drives straight through that thing. And he pops out strapped up with a Vilgax Vanquisher 3000. Ben frees Gwen and then absolutely blasts Vilgax like a scene from a Gary's Mod YouTube poop. Gwen gets zapped with something that releases the Omnitrix from her wrist. Ben finally has his chance at redemption, but he completely whiffs and it lands on Grandpa. To escape, they gotta dip out with Grandpa controlling the rust bucket as Upgrade. It's kinda lame Upgrade looks exactly the same when it's Max. They should have added a Hawaiian shirt at least. The angry face he makes before scraping Vilgax off the windshield is cute. The crew lands safely, Vilgax's ship blows up, and the comic book concludes. This was a really fun episode to watch. The team took a concept that's been done a million times and managed to make it stand out on its own. Ben still having his memories rather than a complete time rewind where the watch is brand new to everyone was a key decision that made this episode work. It's always fun getting to see variants of Ben's aliens, and it was also interesting seeing how Gwen mastered it so quickly. Great dialogue, lots of action, gray matter fighting a raccoon. Gwen 10 comes in at an S ranking. Turning this episode on the first time was a crazy experience because it opens with one of the most cinematic fights of the whole series. Diamond Head and Kevin 11 are battling in this really beautiful set piece out in a grassy field of wind turbines. We learn a really interesting nuance of Kevin's abilities. Although he has powers from all 10 of Ben's aliens, those abilities are nerfed at 10% strength. This appears to be the only real weakness of Kevin's that we know of. Suddenly, both of them get zapped up by some red beam and they vanish. I bet it was aliens. It was aliens. Diamond Head goes from fighting Kevin to being boxed in and forced to fight some big robot guy. There's some cool shots of Kevin using his Ripjaws and Accelerate attributes to defeat his opponent. Watching along with the action is some other robot dude who says he can make a huge profit having Ben and Kevin fight. It's now clear that this is some kind of game show. Kevin and Ben get raptured again, this time teleporting to a smaller room with some samurai-looking robot guards who stick shock devices to their chest. Ben realizes they're in outer space and then notices they're actually in a locker room with all the other alien competitors. It's mealtime and reigning champion Technorg pulls up. The other competitors kneel before him, but Kevin defiantly refuses. He smacks Technorg with food and blames it on Ben, which obviously Technorg doesn't like, so he starts a fight with forearms. Until the head honcho shows up and cuffs Ben and Kevin together. They now have to work as a team, which I thought was a pretty cool concept, honestly. Ben just used the watch, so this fight is mostly him as the brains and Kevin as the brawn. This fight is awesome because it gives us a chance to see how different Omnitrix alien powers would complement one another, something we could only see from Kevin 11, like blasting Stinkfly goo with Heat Blast fireballs to trigger an explosion. Cool. They beat Technorg, become the champions, and now have the respect of the fighters. Skipping ahead a bit, obviously Ben and Kevin want to get back to Earth, so they convince the fighters to stage a mutiny. The others cause a distraction while Gray Matter clambers inside the samurai robots and disable all of their shock collars, which means there's nothing stopping them from breaking out. Kevin and Ben head off to find the escape pod controls. It's kind of cute seeing Gray Matter operate the robot guards like a mech suit. There's also this funny shot of a scared Gray Matter. Super cool stuff. The two are eventually surrounded by guards and the head honcho, Slicks Vigma, who is the owner of the mega cruiser they're trapped on. Honestly, Slicks is low-key an S-tier villain. Really awesome voice acting from Armin Shimmerman, cool design, and actually feels powerful. Ben and Kevin start rebelling to free themselves and the fighters. Kevin launches gray matter at a guard so that he can climb inside and use the suit to fight. Really clever moment. Kevin gets his hands on Slicks and launches him down to the arena. Slicks short circuits and dies. Or does he? As Upgrade, Ben takes over Slicks' body and looks awesome doing so. Ben realized that Slicks himself is the control console of the entire ship, meaning as Upgrade, he can control everything. Good guy Ben rescues the fighters and unlocks the escape pods for them to go home, except Technorg, who swears to stay and serve Ben as a warrior. Upgrade times out, releasing Slicks to beat up Ben, but then Kevin kills Slicks, only to start attacking Ben again. With Ben's back against the wall, Kevin says his aliens are no use since he knows how they all work. Except for Cannonbolt. That's right, the BB Fat is back in a big way. Kevin gets whooped, Cannonbolt fires an escape pod, but at the last second, Kevin starts prying the door open, and at the last second, Technorg sends him flying to protect Ben. And with the last escape pod heading back to Earth, it's just Kevin and Technorg alone in space. How sweet. I was really impressed with this episode. I think at this point, the writers have done an excellent job of building an organic rivalry between Ben and Kevin. Making them work together could have been corny, but it was awesome, especially because there was never the cliche moment of them having a quiet chance to chat and realize maybe they aren't that different. Nah man, Kevin still wants to see Ben dead in the dirt. Slick's Vigma was a great enemy, and we get to see a lot of Ben's aliens in unique situations. Grudge Match earns a resounding ranking of A. I'm gonna try to keep this one brief, partially because I'm already getting tired of writing the scripts for future me to narrate, but also because this episode was pretty bland to me. I have the feeling that a lot of people love this episode, especially when they watched it as kids, but yeah, I don't know, just wasn't feeling it. Now that I've got you so excited to hear about it, let's jump right in. Right off the bat, I've got a complaint. So the first guy we see is Technorg, and he's working with 6-6, which is strange considering we literally just saw him swear allegiance to Ben and remain on the Mega Cruiser. Why is he suddenly evil? Those were my thoughts when this episode started. Turns out this is not Technorg, but rather Volcanus. Turns out this is not Technorg, but rather Volcanus. Why introduce two identical aliens in back-to-back episodes? There were no other character designs to choose from? You can't wait a few episodes? Hello? Moving on, Volcanus and 6-6 have Element X and are searching for Bicinthium alloy to create a big ol' bomb. Down on Earth, Ben is imagining himself as Ultra Ben, which coincidentally was the rarest action figure at the time the original series was airing. And guess who has it? A spaceship lands, Volcanus pops out and says,
"Take me to your Bicinthium alloy."
Which is a kind of funny spin on "Take me to your leader." Ben goes forearms to fight Volcanus and 6-6 when out of nowhere, these other aliens in gold suits show up. These are the Galactic Enforcers, and they're here to save the day in the name of the Galactic Code of Conduct. While Gwen and Grandpa roll their eyes at the idea of alien superheroes, Ben can't get enough of it. They get beamed up to the Enforcer ship to get debriefed.
They were hired to steal Element X.
Okay.
They figure out where 6-6 is headed and get Ben suited up to become an official Galactic Enforcer.
Presenting Ultra Ben, Galactic Enforcer!
Ben gives Ultimos, who is the blue leader dude, some chocolate, and it nearly kills him.
This isn't fudge. Oh man, shit.
Accelerate and two of the three Galactic Enforcers, Tiny, the big one, and Synaptic, the other one, jump into action. Worried Ben is about to lose, Max beams himself and Gwen down to where they're fighting. From here, they follow Volcanus and 6-6 to a factory where they're trying to create the giant bomb. But guess what? God's blessed child, Cannonbolt, shows up and smacks him around. Synaptic gets knocked out and makes a goofy sound when he hits the floor. Cannonbolt grabs the Element X and then runs away like a toddler. This has got to be a continuity error, right? I swear Cannonbolt can roll while holding people. But it looks funny, so maybe this was on purpose? Ben and the Galactic Enforcers win the day, and then Tiny says she's dating Synaptic? Ew, okay. Ultimos invites Ben to join them in traveling across the universe. He declines, and scene. Hopefully I made this episode more entertaining than it actually is. Watching it kind of felt like a chore, but I also can't say it was a bad episode, I guess. No doubt this has the 5th grader demographic bouncing off the walls, but now as a mature intellectual adult, it's a fun over-the-top episode, but that's all I've got to say about that. Seeing 6-6 again was cool, but ended up not being consequential at all. I wish they would have reserved him for serious encounters and made him more like Vilgax's second in command. Shoehorning him into this episode takes some of that mystique away, you know? All in all, the Galactic Enforcers earns a C. This is a trippy episode, so lock in, folks. First, we learn a cute detail that Ben and Gwen share a birthday. Obviously, as 10-year-olds, they personally don't find it cute, but it does add some charm to the family dynamic. Also, Ben has athlete's foot right now. Gross. As they're driving on a cold, stormy night, this chubby kid appears in the middle of the road and then nearly falls to his death. Thankfully, Cannonbolt is there to save the day. Typical BB Fat activity. I do want to draw some attention to this transformation because it brings up some Omnitrix capability questions. Ben hops out of the rust bucket, says, "Stinkfly to the rescue," then slaps the watch, which is already primed to go. Are we supposed to assume that Ben queued it up before getting out of the RV? Is the Omnitrix voice activated? How do we know if this was user error with Ben not selecting the right alien or another instance of the watch not cooperating? These are important questions. Also, Cannonbolt grabs Gilbert, who I don't trust, definitely a sleeper agent, and then armadillos to land safely. Interesting, because last episode he had to run like a nerd on 2 legs. Riders asleep at the wheel, many are saying this. They gotta find Gilbert a nurse, so they drive to Camp Opinacon for help. Upon arrival, they discover the place is abandoned, save for 2 annoying little twins named Andy and Mandy, who are perfect angels and are clearly supposed to demonstrate to Ben and Gwen how to act. So now we've got these 4 kids looking over KGB agent Gilbert, while Grandpa Max tries to track down some food. He lets out this goofy sounding yell.
That sounded like Grandpa!
Ben makes a rare big brain move and goes wild mutt in order to track Grandpa down in the woods. This is when things get weird. This huge system of fungi have taken over the whole area and now have Ben and Grandpa trapped. It may just be me, but this pan over to Grandpa Max killed me. Ben! Wild Mutt times out, leaving Ben to be chased by these really cool looking mushroom dudes. Reminds me of Nightcap from Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville, a game that ruined a once beautiful series. Good time to highlight that visually, this is one of the best episodes in the whole series. It's totally unique, and the use of bioluminescent colors gives it such a cool vibe. Ben climbs out of this giant pit with his bare hands? Hello? Ben runs back to the cabin, the 5 kids decide they have to do something about these mushroom dudes, and then Gilbert, in true CIA fashion, realizes that the fungus monster thing has sprouted spores that, if released, would poison the whole country. Much to Gilbert's evil delight, I'm sure. We've got a corny, heartfelt moment between Ben and Gwen.
I'm coming with you. He's my grandpa too.
We might share a bunch of stuff, Gwen, but we don't share this.
Be careful.
Ben goes Accelerate, who looks sick in the neon lighting, and Gwen leads her squadron of campers in battle. Mandy and Andy drop their angelic facades and start bickering, putting Gwen in Grandpa's position of trying to make them get along. A real Full House lesson moment. Ben and Grandpa Max are trapped underground. The watch doesn't cooperate at first, but after spamming the button, Ben goes Wildvine! Yeah, boy! Another one of my favorite aliens. Wildvine can speak to the fungi's mycelium and starts fighting back by dropping grenades straight off his back. He's different. Wildvine's really him. Gwen's battalion is getting swarmed, but luckily they find a boat at the lake and use it to ram through all the mushroom dudes. Pretty funny bait and switch. They barricade themselves inside a cabin surrounded by enemies, while Wildvine times out, leaving Ben and Max to be consumed. Alas, we have arrived at the end of the Ben 10 series. Nope, because Ben kicks his shoe, which is full of antifungal powder, to treat his athlete's foot into the fungi's mouth, and it explodes. Not joking. And with him, all the other mushrooms shrivel up. To finish the job, they crack open the camp supply of athlete's foot powder and dump it all over the spores chemtrail style, by Gwen riding Stinkfly's back. The gang leave the camp, Ben and Gwen decide who gets a birthday celebration on their actual birthday, and Max consumes the flesh of his enemies by ordering mushroom pizza. The end. I didn't talk about it too much in the synopsis, but there was way too much emphasis on teaching a moral lesson about loving your family, learning to share, blah blah blah. It led to a lot of eye roll moments. The episode is visually stunning, the enemy concept of a huge fungus network is cool, and unlocking Wildvine is a personal highlight for me. But just like how graphics don't make good games, pretty scenes don't make good episodes. As much as I love Wildvine, I don't like cringy dialogue. Camp Fear earns a C. Ladies and gentlemen, I unfortunately come to you bearing bad news. We have our very first F ranking on our hands. Let's discuss the ultimate weapon. So here's the plot. An ancient Mayan artifact, the Mask of Apuk, has resurfaced, and it's the key to the most dangerous weapon ever in the world of all time, the Sword of Ekchu. Grandpa Max is unusually short-tempered with the kids and wants to secure the mask ASAP, but that makes Gwen and Ben a little uneasy. They find the mask, but the Forever Knights steal it back from them. There's a cool chase scene, and the good guys steal it back. Ben looks through the mask to reveal the sword's location at the Mayan temple of Ekchu. Forever Knights are already there trying to find a way in. The gang sneaks around back and finds a secret entrance to gain access. The Knights stop Max from reaching the sword and use the mask to open the secret vault themselves, only to reveal it is guarded by Apuk, the Mayan god of the underworld. Max has tunnel vision on stopping the Knights, but Ben and Gwen feel like they're being ignored by him. Everyone fights. Enoch lifts the sword only for it to turn to dust and trigger Booby Trap to destroy the temple. They steal a Forever Knights helicopter and ride off into the sunset. The end. Okay, perhaps I'm being selfish here, but maybe it's not so wrong for Grandpa Max to be a bit snippy here and there if the world's most dangerous weapon is about to be used and his grandkids are slowing him down. Like, hello! For example, this scene.
You two have to keep your eyes on the prize and remember what's important here.
We do remember. Do you?
The hell do you mean, do you remember what's important? Yeah, I do, dummy. The key to ending the world is like 50 yards away. There's this supposed moral dilemma about keeping your priorities straight and not letting material desires take precedent over your family needs. But again, the world is going to blow up. It's going to literally blow up. How was Max in the wrong for thinking they should drop everything, get serious, and rescue the planet? Thinking this was a reasonable scenario to teach kids at home this lesson is insane. Like, bro, if you alone have the knowledge to save the world, you absolutely get a green light to be a little mean. Ben's alien choices don't make any sense. When the objective was to break into a secure base, he chose Gray Matter over Ghost Freak, who, by the way, has not made an appearance since the last laugh, which was 12 episodes ago. Sure, there's a reason for this that becomes clear later this season, but a first-time viewer was probably thinking Ghost Freak got Me Too'd or something. Then, when the objective was to escape a bottomless pit, he chose Forearms to scale the wall rather than Stinkfly, who can, fly? This was probably done because Stinkfly was used earlier in the episode when they flew from Texas to some remote Mexican jungle location. But even that is done because since when did Stinkfly have the endurance of a 747? He can fly hundreds of miles while carrying Gwen and Max? He must be breaking the sound barrier if he can fly that distance before timing out, right? This being the reason that Ben chooses Forearms to escape the pit and ultimately fight the Mayan god is just lame writing. Thinking with our brains and looking with our eyeballs, clearly Stinkfly is best suited for this, but the team tries to avoid double transformations per episode, so they had to write in an illogical decision. Why does Gray Matter say the words,
No way I'm winding up alien coleslaw!
Did we really need another canned Gwen scream here? And then the identical Gwen scream again later on? Did we lose access to the Gwen scream Google Drive? How in the world do the Forever Knights get ahead of them if they were stuck trying to use Minecraft TNT to blow a hole in the temple? Are we as the viewer actually supposed to believe there's a chance Max decides to sacrifice his 10-year-old niece so he can get the sword? Why would Max stop to tell Enoch to escape? Brother, he's the reason the whole damn world nearly blew up. This episode is all different kinds of cheeks. Big old cheeks. Cheeks to the cheek degree. Simply put, cheeks. F's in the chat in a big way, boys, a big way. The ultimate weapon has the honor of earning our first F ranking. F. Say hello to Charmcaster. This character, whose sole purpose is definitely not just to be Gwen's biggest rival, is Hex's niece. Remember him? They break out of prison to end the world again and to take revenge on Lucky Girl. As far as what the home team is up to, Four Arms, this guy again, is saving some old people on a bus or something. Gwen is coincidentally reminiscing about her time as Lucky Girl. She should buy a dang lottery ticket. Next, you guys won't believe this. The item Hex is trying to track down is at the same magic convention that Gwen is going to. The brightest minds in statistics and arithmetic couldn't have seen this coming. Gwen finds a bracelet with the same charm Hex is after, and it basically gives her Lucky Girl powers again. Even more great timing, because while Ben is trying to wrangle a helicopter, a blade breaks off and just about Twilight Zone's Grandpa Max had Gwen not saved him. Gwen somehow puts her Lucky Girl costume on in like 20 seconds and springs into action, saves some dude, and everyone cheers. Woohoo! As if someone didn't just almost die during a stunt, the convention attendees return inside for a magic show. Ben volunteers for the magic show and does a pretty funny rabbit in a hat trick with Wildmutt. And then, oh man, Hex is here. The brawling begins. Hex seems to be stronger, and Charmcaster's little Mary Poppins bag is actually pretty cool. Hex confronts Gwen for the Keystone bracelet. Charmcaster conjures these cute little stone dog creatures. And then another Fido mention.
See you around, Fido.
That's 3. Who on staff is responsible for this? The fight moves outside into a hedge maze where Gwen gets separated from Max and Ben. Gwen confronts Charmcaster, who reveals she's being forced into her mischievous deeds by Hex and actually wants to help Gwen. She even attacks Hex to save Ben and Max. She's legit. Oh, wait, she's not legit at all. It was all an act, and Charmcaster stole the Keystone. The two go to the top of a big old building to continue their plan of creating any charms they want when the eclipse happens. Y'all gotta see this bit with some tourists that stumble across them. Lucky Girl and Max ascend the building using a window washer's platform as a diversion, while Ben pulls up on Tetrax's hoverboard with cheesy surfer music playing again. Ben is fighting Hex on the hoverboard. Max and Gwen announce their presence instead of sneaking up on a distracted Charmcaster, and they of course get curb stomped and trapped on a roller coaster. Weird, but okay. The Omnitrix recharges and Ben intends to go Four Arms, but fortunately goes Wildvine. Four Arms would have strategically been a terrible choice, and we are way too oversaturated with arms this season. Ben climbs back to the top of the building and realizes the roller coaster is about to crash, which gives us this face and noise from Wildvine that I found hilarious. The eclipse happens, and so does a Charmcaster double cross. She wants the power of the Keystone and new charms instead of Hex like they planned. Wildvine crushes the new charms before they could form, and then Hex violently dies. The Keystone is ruined, but their foes have been defeated. Everyone lives happily ever after. Something I realized when watching this episode is it feels like the main overarching plot of the show has not been developed in ages. When was the last time we saw Vilgax or learned anything new about the Omnitrix origins? Don't get me wrong, there's still great episodes mixed in, but the padding is getting a bit cumbersome. We're also reaching a tipping point with alien variety. As of the end of this episode, Heatblast and Ripjaws have only appeared once, compared to Four Arms, who has had 5 appearances, and Grey Matter and Stinkfly, who we've seen 4 times. I'd love to know from the creators what led to the alien appearance disparity that only gets worse from here on out. Overall, this episode was a bit of a snoozer, but had some charming moments. Pun intended. Tough Luck earns a ranking of C. World-famous billionaire Donovan Grandsmith is opening a brand new underwater resort, and his longtime pal Grandpa Max got the invite along with his grandchildren. Their fancy schmancy private plane lands with Donovan and his grandson Edwin waiting to greet them. Not to be cliche and call everything that takes place underwater just like BioShock, but I immediately got just like BioShock vibes. This is a really cool setting for an episode, especially once we learn the resort was built in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. Donovan says Max always worries and never take risks, which is funny because as a plumber, all he did was take risks. Grandson Eddie seems too cool for school, but Ben notices he's wearing a Sumo Slammer's pin, so maybe there's a chance they can relate to each other. Suddenly there's a power surge and one of the divers working on the exterior of the structure is in harm's way, so Ripjaw saves him. Just kidding, it's everyone's favorite alien, Gray Matter. I get it that we're trying to avoid double transformations, I really do, but if anyone deserves a freebie, it's Ripjaws, one of the most disrespected aliens in the whole series. Fortunately, Gray Matter is a remarkable swimmer and has crazy lung capacity because he saves the diver.
Well, I'll have to double his salary, but he won't breathe a word.
These divers need a union. Donovan and Max go off on their own to catch up. We learn that Donovan offered to go into business with Max, but Max declined so he could become a plumber. They head down to the generator area where Donovan shows how their geothermal power works. Max asks what's behind a panel with a bright purple extraterrestrial light glowing from it. Donovan basically says, LOL, nothing, activates a power surge to show off how much energy they have, and this is when we first see the enemy of the day, some type of vicious deep-sea creatures. While this is happening, Eddie shows Ben and Gwen around the rest of the resort, including the undersea Manta Ray, a cool-looking submersible that only his grandpa is supposed to drive, but Eddie is a bad boy and doesn't follow the rules, dude. Donovan only realizes the Manta is missing when he goes to show it to Max. The kids end up surrounded by these cool-looking robot squids who start humping the whole of the Manta. The window cracks, which springs a leak. I know this is a cartoon, but they definitely should have been ocean gated at this point. Luckily for us, they aren't, which lets Ripjaws get the spotlight. Ripjaws starts destroying the squids at the same time another gaggle of squids are on their way to invade the resort. While I was watching this, I thought about how ballsy it was for Ben to exit the Manta, considering if the watch timed out, he's doomed. And speak of the devil, those dreaded beeps start blaring. The Manta makes it back, but the squids have started breaking the hull of the entire resort structure, risking complete flooding. Donovan admits the resort isn't powered by volcanic vents, but some alien technology he discovered on a dive. So these robot squids are attacking because they want their power source back. Just as they make it back to one of the vehicles that takes them to the surface, the squids catch up and drag the kids back down to the resort. I thought this was a really cool moment where Ben and Gwen don't even have to speak to know they need to hide Ben's powers from Eddie.
We're not gonna make it.
Yes, we will. Now put your head down and brace for impact.
Ben goes Stinkfly, which makes zero sense. In the Kraken, we saw how Stinkfly's wings don't work if they get too wet, which is exactly what happens this time.
My wings are too wet. I can't fly.
We couldn't do Ripjaws to swim, accelerate to run on the water. Shoot, at this point, just give me the Omnitrix, man. The kids continue their escape with a sick jet ski scene, while Grandpa Max is teaching Donovan how to not be a terrible grandpa 101. The kids are almost to safety when Ben drops arguably the worst one-liner of the series.
Things your escape plan? It's only for show. And when I'm done with it, it'll be for go.
He's only slightly redeemed by using Upgrade to take over some big ol' submarine, and it looks insane, one of Upgrade's best moments in my opinion. They reach the surface and reunite with the geriatrics. Donovan gives us another Full House moment by crouching to Eddie's eye level and saying he doesn't care the resort is gone, just that he's safe. I can't help but notice not a single soul is around despite there being an entire workforce that just evacuated. Or maybe they got ocean gated. What a shame. Union! Despite the alien choices becoming increasingly frustrated, I really enjoyed this. Super cool setting, Upgrade and Ripjaws have iconic moments, and Gwen and Ben have a really cool dynamic while escaping with Edwin. They Lurk Below earns a B ranking. We start this episode by learning that Ben can speak as Wild Mutt. Oh, false alarm, it's just a nightmare where Ghost Freak says he wants out. Then we see what looks like the first instance of the Rust Bucket via CG. Kinda looks like Attack on Titan Season 4. They're on the way to tour some super fancy boarding school for Gwen. The trio is brought around campus to see what it offers, and there starts to be these really cool hints at what's about to happen. As I was watching this episode, I started to remember it more and more and got really excited to see how it played out. For some reason, the circus freaks are here and think that stealing some trophies is going to make them rich. Ben hears the commotion and intends to go Heat Blast, but lucky for us, we get our first Ghost Freak transformation of the season. Except as the fight begins, it becomes clear that something's up. Ben is fighting way more violently than he ever has, and when Gwen confronts him about destroying the gym of the school she wants to enroll at, Ghost Freak says, "Ben's not here." Now, I understand that in this moment, clearly Ben does not have control over Ghost Freak, but as a first-time watcher, I imagine I was even more confused about why he hadn't used Ghost Freak more often. He's insanely strong in combat. His ability to phase through walls makes him impossible to chase. And the exorcist stuff he can do makes him seem like a top-tier alien. The fact is, any type of control issues for Ben and Ghost Freak have never been mentioned, so even though it's explained in this episode, up until this point, it literally just feels like Ghost Freak was entirely forgotten as part of Ben's arsenal. Back to the show. Ghost Freak runs after the circus freaks, but has to take cover in a dark walkway when the Omnitrix times out. This is when stuff gets really cool and probably the most mature the show has ever been. Ghost Freak is out of the watch. We get a major lore dump here about what the heck is going on.
An ectoneurite's consciousness exists even in a few strands of DNA.
Out of nowhere, Ghost Freak reveals his final form, which is shockingly grotesque. I was surprised that this was allowed on Cartoon Network. Ghost Freak wants to take over Ben's body to access the Omnitrix, but as he makes his move, he gets burnt by the sunlight, revealing his weakness. Ben tries to explain what's happening to Max and Gwen. It's hard to tell if what Ben says is a believable reasoning for not using Ghost Freak or a cop-out excuse from the writers. What do y'all think?
He said he's been alive inside the watch this whole time, just trying to get out. That's why I always felt weirded out when I was Ghost Freak.
We see Ghost Freak confronting the circus freaks who are cautious of working together, but once they realize Ghost Freak can easily take over their bodies, they don't have much choice. Max uses some plumber tech to track down Ghost Freak, and Ben goes, forearms. Boring. The two sides confront one another. Ghost Freak tries to merge with Ben's body, but can't do so as long as he's in alien form. Max blasts Ghost Freak with the sun gun, but Ghost has an easy counter by simply hiding inside one of the freaks' bodies. After Ben takes care of all the freaks, Ghost takes over Gwen, who Ben is obviously nervous about hurting. Forearms times out on the rooftop, and it's just Ben alone with Ghost Freak inside Gwen, who gives Ben an ultimatum. Give himself up to Ghost Freak, or Ghost Freak will give Gwen up to the ground by jumping. This is morbid stuff, man. Ghost starts to merge with Ben, which recharges the Omnitrix. Ben smacks the watch in desperation and turns into gray matter. A Looney Tunes fight ensues, and soon it's just gray matter and Ghost Freak playing hide and seek in a clock tower. Ben turns back into himself, leaving him to figure out how to escape without any performance enhancers. Just as all seems lost, Ben drops a mid one-liner and burns Ghost Freak.
Time you saw the light, freak!
I think it's always cool when Ben figures out how to defeat an enemy as himself. Makes him a cooler character. The boys in blue apprehend the circus freaks and all is well, except for Gwen definitely not getting accepted into the school. The episode ends with a rare wholesome moment between the two cousins.
You think any of these eggheads could have brought down those circus freaks?
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Like I said, by far the most mature and heavy episode up to this point, and it's not really close. Ghost Freak was a horrifying enemy that felt very strong, and there were some legitimate moments of despair from Ben. We get to see new plumber gadgets, which is always welcome, and learn more about how the Omnitrix actually works. Save for Ghost Freak, which doesn't really count in this scenario, Ben's alien choices were still the same ones we've seen all season. But that's a minor gripe compared to how good this episode was. Ghost Freaked Out earns an A. So Dr. Animo is in the title, and they're out in the bayou. This can't be good. We open with Gwen finding Ben tinkering with the Omnitrix, trying to unlock more aliens. This is an important detail to include on screen for the viewer because it helps establish that Ben is always practicing and fidgeting with the Omnitrix off screen, and that's how he learns new abilities. He pops off the exterior ring of the watch, which sends this huge energy surge throughout the swamp. Ben should have been more careful knowing Dr. Animo was in the title of this episode. Ben repairs the watch by using chewing gum to stick it back on just in time for the start of Gatorfest, which has apparently set up 10 feet away from the RV. Kinda weird. Some good old boys notice some weird worms that have Stinkfly's head. Are we going to see little baby Stinkflies run around? Always wrap it up, kids. Moving on, Gwen drops a stupid one-liner.
I'll give you one guess. And it goes ribbit!
And then boom, Dr. Animo's frog shows up. In the chaos, the ring falls off the Omnitrix again without Ben noticing. Surely this won't lead to a bigger issue, right? Animo pulls up in this new gorilla-looking mech suit and Ben turns into...
Stink arms?
That's right, we've got another gimmick alien episode, and I quite like this one. Animo gets knocked away and conveniently lands right next to the Omnitrix piece. He saddles up on his frog and dips out with the new loot. Animo has an awesome evil scientist lair in the swamp where he's building some type of giant weapon, a Mutant Ray, I presume from the episode title. By luck, it has a battery compartment that perfectly fits the watch ring, which he intends to use to make and control new creatures. Max's crew are cruising the bayou on an airboat when a heat blast bat runs up on him. Ben transforms into a diamond head gray matter hybrid that looks and sounds really funny. They escape the heat bat and find Animo's lair. They confront Animo, who explains his plan to bounce a transmodulator signal off a satellite and cover the planet with his energy. Actually, one of the more feasible plans we've heard from one of these villains. He aims and fires the ray gun right at Ben, but Grandpa Max heroically shoves him out of the way and takes the blast. Y'all gotta see what he turns into. Dog, that's extremely gross. I bet there were kids at home that hated this episode. Max just got larvaed. He's looking like that one chubby titan that can't walk. Ben activates the Omnitrix and turns into a Heat Blast Ripjaws hybrid, a pretty interesting combo. Using fire attacks will drain Ripjaws, but jumping into the water will drain Heat Blast. Animo tries hitting him with the ray gun once more, but Ben's weird hybrid alien state makes him immune. Animo sicks the frog and the heat bat on Ben, while Gwen makes a move towards Animo. This ends up being one of Gwen's coolest moments. She basically has to outsmart the heat bat and Animo all on her own. Back on ground level, things finally start to turn when Ben realizes he can combine his powers to create steam and water and cook up some big ol' frog eggs. Gwen is literally crawling inside the barrel of the ray gun looking for the Omnitrix ring as Animo prepares to shoot it at the satellite. She finds it at the last second, which totally shuts down the gun. Ben runs over to Larva Max, who is still looking incredibly gross. Gwen gets the idea to put the ring back into the gun but in the reverse direction and blasts Grandpa back to normal. Then, just as the Omnitrix is timing out, Ben holds the ring over the watch and it snaps right back on. Good as new. So, compared to the other gimmick episode we've had so far, which was Side Effects, this episode clears it easily. The alien hybrids made Ben strategize differently, which created unique combat scenarios. They also looked pretty cool too and had me wondering what other combos have been conceptualized in the Man of Action studio. After 2 appearances, I'm finding Dr. Animo to be one of the more competent enemies that Ben has to face, so his appearances are certainly welcome. I still can't believe how nasty they made Grandpa Max as a larva. I bet that disgusted some kid's mom, so they had to watch Ben 10 in secret. Dr. Animo and the Mutant Ray, you've earned yourself a B ranking. B-A-N-G-E-R, a banger is what you are. Season finale time, baby. This intro is cold. Since getting trapped in space at the end of Grudge Match, Kevin has apparently commandeered the Mega Cruiser and its crew. They rescue Vilgax, who has been frozen in space since the end of Season 1, so that he and Kevin can team up to defeat Ben. The directing here is awesome. Watch this.
Vilgax.
Grandpa has the kids at Niagara Falls on a boat tour, but Ben is still too busy tinkering with the watch in hopes of mastering it. Which he actually does. By pure chance, Ben can now transform at will without any recharge needed. Back in space, Kevin smack talks Vilgax, who then promptly uppercuts Kevin through a block of ice to free himself. Hard. There's a sick fight between Kevin and Vilgax that feels like 2 alphas trying to earn the other's respect by force. Heading back to Earth, Ben can officially stay alien for as long as he wants. He's even making money giving rides to tourists as Stinkfly. Back in space, Vilgax and Kevin find common ground. While Kevin just wants to smoke Ben, Vilgax ultimately has no beef with the person wearing the Omnitrix and just wants the Omnitrix itself. With that settled, they prepare to make their move. And back on Earth, there's a funny bit that shows how Gwen and Max don't even think twice anymore about their family member having the strongest weapon in the universe.
I don't know him.
Unfortunately, since Ben has been using said weapon all willy-nilly, it was very easy for his pursuers to track him down. Vilgax notices Ben has gotten stronger with the Omnitrix since their last encounter, which seems to actually make him worry a little bit. Gwen lets out a wonderful can scream as their cable car starts to fall, but Ben is able to save them as Kevin and Vilgax go over the falls and drown and die forever. I'm just joshing, they're very much alive. Grandpa goes back to the RV and shows Gwen that he actually brought the Null Void projector along with them specifically for situations like this. Kevin and Vilgax decide to go after Ben's family to lure him out, which works as it does every time. Max opens a void portal that sucks in Kevin and Vilgax, but Vilgax manages to drag Ben along with him. Gwen is understandably heartbroken, but Max is about that action and shows up zooted and booted, kitted out the wazoo to rescue Ben. Inside the Null Void, Ben is in hell. Vilgax and Kevin have domesticated the state bird of Mount Rushmore as they try to get the Omnitrix before Max shows up, and Ben is doing his best to elude them. The animation team had a field day with this sequence of Ben rapidly transforming. And they perfectly segue into Gwen getting suited up for her endeavor into the Null Void. Since Max is the only one who knows how to actually work the projector, it makes more sense for him to stay in the normal world. Plumber Gwen looks like a professional and starts blasting alien critters right off the bat. There's another fun moment between Gwen and Ben once they reunite.
What's that steam?
Gwen, am I glad to see you?
Just as they're about to exit the Null Void as the portal is closing, Kevin catches up and takes Gwen hostage. With Ben pinched by Kevin and Vilgax, he turns back into a human and offers the Omnitrix to Vilgax in exchange for Gwen's safety. Kevin throws Ben to the ground and activates one of Vilgax's devices to remove the Omnitrix from Ben's wrist. It's a pretty intense scene, honestly. But joke's on these bozos, Ben had a trick up his sleeve.
I zeroed it out! Cracking the control combination is child's play for a master of the Omnitrix.
Oh.
And then, in a move no one could have seen coming, Kevin betrays Vilgax and tries to escape and keep the Omnitrix for himself. Now watchless, Ben gets scooped up by Plumber Gwen to chase after them. Max radios in that they need to leave ASAP, but Gwen makes one final play for the Omnitrix. She swaps the pod holding the watch with a piece of plumber equipment and throws it away for Vilgax to chase after. Ben does some sick parkour off of Kevin's face to reach the portal just as it closes, and the kids get a huge hug from Grandpa Max now that they're safe. Ben is disappointed that he's lost his alien powers, but would rather have his family safe. Lucky for him, Ben doesn't know that Gwen actually has the Omnitrix with her. And that plumber gear she threw for Vilgax? Yeah, it was a bomb. Now Kevin and Vilgax are destined for a lifetime of fighting each other in the Null Void. Rip bozos. Ben is ecstatic to have the watch back, but quickly remembers that he zeroed out the master control, meaning he's back to the random transformations and inconvenient recharging that we've all grown accustomed to. The end. Just like the Season 1 finale, the Season 2 finale absolutely lives up to the hype. We get both of the baddest enemies in the game coming at Ben's neck just as he has finally mastered the Omnitrix and is at his strongest. Although it was short-lived, seeing all of his aliens was great fan service, and seeing inside the dreaded Null Void was a huge surprise too. I loved the decision to have Gwen be the one to get plumbered up and rescue Ben. That just further reinforces that they can nag and annoy each other all they want, but no matter what, they really do love each other. And now that Vilgax and Kevin 11 are taken care of, this opens the door for some new antagonists to fill the void. The Null Void. The Null S ranking. Back with a Vengeance gets an S ranking. Season 2 finished with quite the bang and overall was a really great experience and does a great job of adding to the foundation that Season 1 already laid down. Let's take a gander at the statistics here, folks, shall we? Season 2, we do have our first F tier episode. That's no good. 0 D tier episodes, 4 C tier, 3 B tier, 2 A tier, and 3 S tier. This brings us to an average ranking of 25.7, clocking in at 3rd overall. Back into the pocket for safekeeping. Season 2 does a great job of introducing new enemies, new aliens, and new plumber lore. I think the most exciting part about Season 2 is learning more about Grandpa Max's history and really establishing himself as perhaps one of the most badass grandpas in television history. The writers do a great job of making Vilgax and Kevin feel like organic, legitimate rivals to Ben. And when they team up at the season finale, it really feels like a daunting task. It feels like Ben has his back against the wall and there's no way out against these two fearsome foes. The biggest change in Season 2, in my opinion, was a change in the aesthetic or the overall animation style. I felt like in Season 1, there are a lot of instances where the animators were going for almost like a comic book style, and especially in darker scenes, it looks like there's ink dots that you would see on old-fashioned comic books. We kind of get away from that in Season 2, and I think that was ultimately for the better. The stylistic choice of including those ink dots kind of took away from the overall beauty and vibrance of the world of Ben 10, so I think that was ultimately the correct choice. And of course, you cannot talk about Season 2 without talking about the introduction of 2 of the goatiest S-tier aliens in the Omnitrix, Wildvine, and the BB Fat himself, best big fella of all time, Cannonball. Season 2 is now finished, and it sets up the best season of the series, Season 3, flawlessly. So let's go ahead and take a look at Season 3. I came here to watch bangers and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum. Banger alert, banger alert. Ben 10,000. This episode is iconic. I imagine it's one of the first episodes that come to mind when someone thinks back on watching Ben 10. There's not going to be any hot takes here. This episode absolutely slaps. First things first, Ben and Gwen are bickering about preparations for Grandpa Max's 60th birthday.
I had his party totally wired.
You chose his birthday wish?
Suddenly, a portal opens up. A masked fiend who we can't possibly identify grabs Gwen, and Ben accelerates in after her. Side note, Cannonball is now part of the intro sequence in replacement of Ghost Freak. Always thought it was interesting that he was the only one of Ben's quote-unquote new aliens to get that honor, but can't say it's surprising. After all, he is the baby fat. The other side of the portal takes him to an alien futuristic city where people celebrate Ben as a hero, and they've even erected a big old statue of him. Well, technically it's of Ben 10,000, which Ben isn't. Yet. There's a short scuffle with the Rhino dude after Ben's watch times out, but have no fear, another Accelerate shows up looking just slightly different. Once the Rhino is dealt with, it's clear that this Accelerate and the masked magical fiend is actually future Ben and Gwen. Future Ben thinks the Rhino dude is the work of Dr. Animo and rushes back to his headquarters, leaving Ben to celebrate the fact that he has his own headquarters in the future. Future Grandpa Max pulls up in the rust bucket. The only thing different about him is he has a beard now. Max says it's a great gift to see both of them because although future Gwen visits all the time and goes by Gwendolyn now, he rarely sees future Ben. They all head to Fort DNA X, a giant library of all alien species in the universe. They arrive just as future Forearms is getting his butt whooped by Mecha Animo, which is a sick design by the way. Future Ben prefers to fight alone, so he traps Ben's stinkfly to the floor. Here is where things get really cool and probably why so many people love this episode. Since we're in the future, Ben 10,000 has totally mastered the watch, meaning not only can he shift on command, but he also has some brand new aliens too, like this pufferfish dude. We even get to see Megawatt from Tourist Trap again. Wonder what Mayor Earl is up to these days. Bad news though, guys. Future Ben is a total fun sucker.
What do you call that water one? Loogie Man? Spitter?
They're not pets. I don't name them anymore.
Even more bad news, the Galactic Enforcers are back. After the fight, Future Ben gets the kids up to speed. Animo apparently escaped from lockup a few years ago, while Vilgax was left in pieces last time he ran into Ben. Funny you say that, Ben, because as this is happening, Animo is actually releasing Vilgax, who is actually in pieces and looks absolutely gross. Back at headquarters, Ben has about had it with how serious and not fun Future Ben is. All he does is push his family away and focus on work. I think my wife said that about me somewhere around hour 100 of working on this video. They just don't understand, do they, future Ben? Vilgax is back and thick with 4 C's, definitely not natty. The Gwens team up to fight Animo while Ben accidentally goes upgrade to help the other Ben. But again, since Ben 10,000 is an Omnitrix master, he manually changes upgrade to Cannonball, who then does that clumsy off-balance gag again, for some reason, whatever. The next few minutes of combat are really cool, not just with the Bens, but the Gwens too. It's fast-paced, really well animated, and makes Ben 10,000 and future Vilgax both feel way stronger than their present-day counterparts. The best part is when Grandpa Max pulls up and blasts Vilgax away. Oh yeah, and he's now a cyborg.
When'd you get that?
A lot can happen in 20 years.
Still fighting Vilgax, we finally get to see Ben 10,000 in his human form. Ben has inspired him to have more fun with the alien hero justice stuff, so he starts hoverboarding around Vilgax like an annoying fly. There's another quick succession of Ben 10,000 transformations, including a new ice alien who freezes Vilgax.
Hey, what do you call this guy?
Absolute Zero.
How about Arctic Guana?
Cool.
The Gwens defeat Animo and the day is saved, so the family meets back at HQ. Turns out it's Grandpa's birthday today too. He's turning 80 and has never looked better. The ending is annoyingly cute and heartwarming. Gwendolyn confesses there was no actual conflict other than Ben 10,000 not planning to be at Grandpa's birthday, so she went back in time to make it happen. She tells Gwen that even though Ben can be annoying, she should value her time with him while she still can. Before entering the portal to return to present day, Ben 10,000 thanks Ben for reminding him to have fun and enjoy his family. He hands Ben something he says he should have gotten Grandpa Max 20 years ago, and the 2 cousins make their big return. That gift future Ben gave Ben? A birthday cake with candles. I am not afraid to say this made me tear up when I rewatched it, and I teared up even while watching it again to write this script. You know you're growing up when these really heartfelt moments between grandpa and grandson get to you. Like I said, no hot takes here. This episode rules through and through. New aliens are always sick, seeing the family 20 years older was very sweet, and the action scenes were top notch. Ben 10,000, unsurprisingly, earns an S ranking. This is one of the goofier episodes in the series, so strap in for a wild ride. The gang is checking out the Mall of America, which of course has an elite militia of mall cops to protect and serve. Ben notices them chasing after some robbers and tracks them down with Wild Mutt. These hardened criminals end up being old people with great athleticism. Could this be a return of the goo aliens from season 1? Weird thing is, Wild Mutt gets totally outclassed in this fight, but I can't really tell if Ben picked the wrong alien or he's just using the right alien wrong. Ben escapes in the rust bucket, and then a mall cop enters with his gun drawn? What? The next day, the cousins stumble upon a stage show for the amazing Sublimino, who claims to be a master of hypnosis. As soon as this dude started talking, my brain went into overdrive. I knew I recognized that voice. It's my boy Raz from Psychonauts. Both Raz and Sublimino are voiced by Richard Steven Horvitz, who also voices Grey Matter. Cool stuff. Sublimino is this cute little short guy who uses a pocket watch to hypnotize people. Ben goes up on stage as a volunteer and, wouldn't you know it, gets hypnotized. Seems like Sublimino has some fancy powers hidden up his sleeve. This is a great bit right here, watch.
You are an alien.
Joke's over.
Take me to your leader.
Gwen was filming this whole time for blackmail and took advantage of Grey Matter still being under Sublimino's spell. Night falls, the sun rises, Ben is super tired for a reason even he doesn't know. Some brave mall cops are talking about a crime that occurred overnight, and they just so happen to have a diamond head shard as evidence. Fast forward and everyone is sound asleep in the RV. The big novelty clock on the mall strikes midnight, and the same yellow hypnosis wave that struck Ben while he was on stage reverberates throughout the property, causing Ben to go upgrade and dip into the night. I think this is the only time it's implied that upgrade can travel through electricity. He gets on top of a building and then BAM! It's mall cops and helicopters with actual machine turrets blasting him. Upgrade commandeers one of the helis, which looks super cool by the way, then takes over the novelty clock, which is a really off-the-wall idea. Props to the production crew on that one. The upgrade clock lands at a garage, and sure enough, Subliminal is there waiting for him. They exchange pleasantries, and then Upgrade uses a bulldozer to head out to do his nefarious deeds. Again, super cool way to use Upgrade. Ben wakes up in the bucket of the bulldozer, which has been parked directly next to the RV. Now Upgrade is all over the news, and mall management is in hot water.
This was an isolated incident. The mall is open for business. Shopper safety is our #1 priority.
Gwen and Max have pieced together that whatever is happening only happens when Ben is asleep, so they begin some Abu Ghraib sleep deprivation torture to keep him awake, much to Gwen's delight. Eventually, they all fall asleep, leaving Ben susceptible again to Sublimino, this time turning into Heat Blast. He heads to a hardware store along with the old folks to do some type of heist and actually gets aggressive with Max and Gwen. Not cool.
This was an isolated incident. The mall is open for business. Shopper safety is our #1 priority.
Gwen determines that the sound of the watch timing out breaks Ben out of the trance. They need to find Subliminal right away, so they head to the mall manager's office for information.
Shopper safety is our #1 priority.
Yes, you said that already.
Good God, they're waterboarding Ben too? Surely there's another way. Gwen handcuffs Ben so he can't go alien even if Sublimino summons him again. Coincidentally, Sublimino erects or repels? Suspends? Either way, Sublimino has a clock and starts to hypnotize everyone in the mall. Ben gets saved by hiding behind a support column, but Gwen and Max are not as safe. Timeout. The column protected Ben from the hypno wave, but not being inside the RV? Is this like some Pokemon logic where different attacks are strong or weak against different defenses? Regardless, it's now Ben against the whole mall. Ben breaks out of the cuffs and goes Wildvine, but not before doing this weird fourth wall break staring straight into the camera.
You may control every last person.
But what about our plan?
For some reason, I remembered this Wildvine appearance vividly, and it was as cool as I remembered. You really get to see all of his strength, especially how agile he is by extending his limbs. Wildvine beats Sublimino's butt, Ben saves everyone, God bless America's mall cops. Really fun episode to watch. I love when an alien that doesn't get regular use gets a nice set piece appearance like Wildvine here. Only knock is that Sublimino is a kinda weak villain and never really struck me as intimidating. Midnight Madness earns a B ranking. While you all may be delighted to hear that we have reached our second F ranking of this adventure, I've been procrastinating on this project so badly because I don't even want to talk about this episode. Let's discuss A Change of Face.
That's right, folks. It's going to be a
terrible Gwen
episode. Stick around for the fun. Here's the clicker. No one would blame you.
The biggest positive of this episode happens right out of the gate with Stinkfly wearing a cute little pilgrim hat. Hope you enjoyed that. It's all downhill from here. So Charmcaster is back, and while casting a spell to switch bodies with Ben so she can control the Omnitrix, she accidentally swaps with Gwen, thus a classic body swap Freaky Friday scenario ensues. We get a canned Gwen scream, but this time it immersively fades in as she gets closer. Charmcaster, who is Gwen, goes to jail, and Gwen, who is Charmcaster, boards the rust bucket. Charmcaster grills Ben to learn how to use the watch while Gwen gets bullied in juvie. Diamond Head yet again gets put into a goofy situation. Gwen finds Charm's spellbook and realizes how they swap bodies. Charmcaster is making a special potion to cast a spell or something. Gwen uses a sewer grate that no one has seen before? Hello? No one has seen this sewer grate before. Gwen escapes with some other convicts but sends them back to the police after they tell her that they will very much so continue committing crimes once they're free. Gwen reunites with Ben, explains the body swap thing, and then the age-old proof who was telling the truth thing happens.
Did your parents send you to doofus school, or were you born like this?
Gwen?
Charmcaster says Gwen has a, quote, magical aura, which allowed her to still use her spells. She does the body swap magic again, which puts Charm back in her body, but then swaps Ben and Gwen. Charmcaster rudely insults Grandpa Max.
Oh, and your cooking stinks.
It does?
Then Gwen goes cannonball. I'm really starting to think there is a running bit in the writer's room of Ben always saying that he wants to go forearms anytime the watch picks the wrong alien. I swear this happens on the regular. Max escapes like he was Nathan Drake. Charmcaster's eyes go full Bradstall. I'm not joking. Look at the screen. Ben and Gwen get swapped back, Charmcaster gets chained up and her spell bag tossed overboard, and Gwen sharkeishes her to bring this to a close. Kind of funny ending, Charmcaster goes to jail and the criminals Gwen sent back are waiting there for revenge. Haha. So unlike the ultimate weapon, which got an F for just not making any logical sense and feeling really forced, A Change of Face gets an F for being a complete and utter snoozer. Seriously, this episode has the worst pacing of the series. But also, I can't say had the pacing been better, I would have scored it much higher because the premise itself is pretty boring. I understand that the team is building up a character foil and or nemesis for Gwen, but man, this was just not it. And the sewer grate thing? Hello! A Change of Face earns an F ranking. Now hopefully I can actually continue writing the script without searching for Ben 10 figures on eBay as a diversion. Yeah, things don't get too much better. On the bright side, everything is up from here. Let's review Merry Christmas. The gang is rolling through the desert with no AC in the rust bucket, so Ben goes gray matter to try and fix it. I only mention this because I think this is the first time we see the detailed gray matter transformation, and it looks really nice. The AC repair doesn't work, so they pull over and they see a Christmassy looking building in the middle of the desert. Max makes a one-liner, and I think makes a bit of a fourth wall break on how regularly the writers use one-liners.
Sure. Don't sweat it. Sorry, just couldn't help myself.
They walk inside the house and in a very Narnia fashion wind up in a winter wonderland. So yeah, clearly this is the token Christmas episode. I imagine Cartoon Network liked having one of these from all of their shows for festive marathon purposes. It's an interesting setup considering the series is entirely contained inside a 3-month summer vacation, so I guess this plot device to get the family to the North Pole is as good as it's gonna get. There's snow and elves and sledding and nutcracker soldiers and a bunch of cute Christmas stuff. I really love this line from Grandpa Max. It's very, very wholesome.
You know, being here makes me realize that the three of us have never spent a Christmas all together.
The kids go off to play while Max checks out a store. Someone is watching him through a camera, and as he leaves the store, a bunch of elves appear and say,
"You must come with us."
This is where we meet a man allegedly named Mr. Jingle. Mr. Jingles, who allegedly created Holiday Village. He turns Max into Santa Claus and starts controlling him with the remote. Mr. Jingles introduces Max as Santa Claus. I don't really know why. I guess just like as a source of inspiration for the elves, maybe. It's ultimately not super clear. Back outside, the kids are getting hunted by nutcrackers. One of the elves throws ornaments to help them escape and says they must skedaddle. So Ben goes Accelerate but winds up ice skating, which is jolly good fun. Ultimately, Accelerate goes Buddy the Elf and takes the soldiers out with snowballs. The helpful elf shows up again and says there is a village curse that turns people into elves, and they're turning into elves. This elf is named Elsgood and used to be a normal person until he too was cursed. Some snow monsters chase him into a building where they find photographs of Mr. Jingles and Elsgood as human. It seems like there's some type of time warp thing happening inside Holiday Village. The three of them escape through a trap door. Jump scare! Then Elsgood says in order to save Grandpa, they must destroy the the Jingulator. They have to pass through a guarded entrance in order to progress, which leads to one of the more useful appearances Wildmutt has had in quite some time.
He's from Europe.
Remember when I said this a few minutes ago? I'm really starting to think there is a running bit in the writer's room of Ben always saying that he wants to go forearms anytime the watch picks the wrong alien. Well,
all I want for Christmas are 4 big arms.
Yeah, I wasn't exaggerating. Mr. Jingles goes full Barack Obama with the drone strikes, which leads Gray Matter to one of the obstacle courses from the SpongeBob movie game. Gray Matter destroys the Jingulator as the scrolls foretold, freeing Grandpa Max. The elves are still elves though. Mr. Jingles says it's because now Santa won't have the perfect toys to give to children. Max retorts with a bombshell of a line.
Christmas isn't about giving the perfect toy. It's about the spirit in which we give.
Dang, that's heavy stuff. Also, I didn't connect it until this point in the episode, but all these elves are just children Mr. Jingles kidnapped decades ago. Are we serious? Ben says a stupid line,
"Who needs Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer when you've got Stink the Gassy Alien?"
and then go stinkfly for so long that they can circumnavigate the globe and deliver presents to the children of the world in the summer. This is definitively the longest alien transformation in Ben 10 history. This is the only Ben 10 series I've watched, but in my heart, I know this to be true. They return to Holiday Village where the curse has been lifted. Not only do they turn back to humans, but there's also now a bunch of tourists and cars, and it's hot. They run into human Mr. Jingles, human Elsgood, and other unnamed human children. Jingles is dressed like the one and only Peter Griffin and says he's been coming to Holiday Village annually since 1932. But it's actually not Mr. Jingles because there's a plaque that commemorates a one Thomas Jingles for founding Holiday Village in 1928. Can we call a timeout here for a second? What is happening? The statue shows an elf, but how would anyone know what the elf looked like if time moved at like 1/1,000,000th of a second inside the village? Are we doing a reverse Interstellar right now, dog? So Elsgood was kidnapped in 1932, but then when time restarts and everything goes back to normal, there's damn hatchbacks and sedans in the parking lot? Did anyone take a second to think about this? If there was $1 million on the table, I simply could not explain the quantum mechanics being demonstrated here. Yeah, it's supposed to be a lighthearted novelty episode to get you in the Christmas spirit, but surely there was another route we could have taken than this, right? Is the decades of kidnapping children and transforming their DNA into that of little tundra critters necessary? There had to have been at least one parent who did a double take during their Sunday cleaning when they overheard this on the TV. If it earns me coal on my stocking, so be it, for I am a man of integrity. Merry Christmas earns a D ranking. We've taken back-to-back L's, folks. It's time we get this train back on the tracks. Thankfully, we've got a fat W incoming, and its name is Benwolf. This episode has a really unique feeling to it, and the pacing is insane. I was surprised they fit everything they did inside the standard 23-minute runtime. It's got really great new characters and an awesome unique setting, so I'm excited to talk about this one. We open with Grandpa Max reconnecting with his old plumber friend Wes, who lives with his daughter Kai on Navajo lands in Arizona. Man of Action may have blown their entire Season 3 CG budget on this Dreamcatcher because good God does it look nice. Ben sees Kai, who is a total babe. To Ben, not me. Not to me, she's a babe to Ben. And instantly falls in love. A big ol' storm rolls in out of nowhere, complete with strange purple lightning and a darn werewolf. A flash flood takes Kai away, so Ben springs into action and saves her as Ripjaws. Oh my God, his first appearance of the sea. The watch doesn't work. Lame. Ben saves Kai anyways and tries busting a move.
Thank you. But can I?
Repay me.
That's nice. What I meant was, can I have my hand back now?
So in case there was any confusion, seeing this werewolf is bad news. Wes grabs the blammer and sets out hunting for it. Kai and Gwen want to help, but per Navajo tradition, only the men can track the werewolf. There are so many great line deliveries in this episode, including this one.
Since when do you care about what girls care about? Unless you like her.
Ben, Max, and Wes start the hunt. I already spoiled it, but Wes and Max were plumbers together, previously hunting a Yeti in the Himalayas. The werewolf shows up, they fall off a mountain, then Ben goes Wildvine to save everyone. Wildvine turns out to be an insanely big brain move, even if Ben originally wanted Stinkfly. I think this is the first time we see this stealthy burrow move from him. It's just like Chompers in Garden Warfare 2. The fact he can drag bad hombres underground and rough them up is super OP. Wildvine continues to be goated. The werewolf runs off, but because he had scratched human Ben's wrist, the Omnitrix has this weird PS3 yellow light of death we've never seen. The fellas head back to the camper to regroup. Suddenly Ben starts getting itchy, and then he turns into a wolf. Wes explains that they now must defeat the werewolf before the full moon, or Ben will be trapped as a werewolf forever. Ben then turns into his second wolf form, which is mostly devoid of any human traits. The alphas return to the hunt where Ben lures the werewolf with a sweet, sultry howl. Shortly after, Ben has reached his final wolf form, and we officially are introduced to Benwolf. So the plan here to defeat the werewolf is to cover a pendant with cactus juice and then put it on the werewolf. Seems much easier said than done, but I'm sure our heroes can pull it off. Once they do finally touch it, there's no effect, which means that this isn't a werewolf, but an alien. Ben also reaches, I guess, his final form because the Omnitrix is now visible, just like all of his other alien transformations. The pacing is really great, but the only moment that made me roll my eyes was right here. Like, cool, I guess. The gang is now inside a volcano, sick, and we start learning more about Benwolf's powers, including his agility. The watch finally times out, letting Ben be human again. They find the werewolf and Ben goes cannibal. Man, this episode has everything. Brings a tear to me eyes. Stuff really starts going down. Ben tells everyone to escape while he stays behind to defeat the werewolf and stop the lava flow from reaching the village. Despite his heroics and dashingly good looks, Kai drops an absolute bombshell on Ben.
But you're just not my type. Huh?
Ah yes, the friend zone, a cruel, dark place. Been there before. My wife friend zoned me in high school, definitely not still mad about that. Ben's actually dodging a bullet here because Kai is insane. She said she liked him better as a wolf because she could tame and train him. Gwen has a super cool moment here standing up for Ben.
He's a person, not a pet. You can't talk to my cousin like that.
But before the episode ends, we head back to the volcano and see that the wolf has set up an entire satellite station. OMG! Just a stellar episode from top to bottom, man. Really good stuff. I didn't remember much about this one as a kid, so I was really impressed watching it now. Benwolf comes in at an A ranking. Move over, cartoon enjoyers. This one is for the real gamers in the room.
Extreme gaming is going to happen.
Yeah, I think a little bit of extreme gaming might happen.
Yeah.
I faintly remembered this episode just because of the gaming crossover element. Watching this for the first time as a kid was probably like the coolest thing I'd ever seen. The episode opens on a rainy day where the gang is stuck inside the rust bucket with nothing to do, except for Ben, who is playing what appears to be a Sumo Slammers video game with voice controls. What is this, the Kinect? In a great act of cartoon logic, Ben goes upgrade to erase Gwen's score, but lightning hits the RV, which traps Ben and Gwen inside the laptop. Makes sense. Suddenly, the two are thrown into the middle of an intense ongoing battle against some Sumo Slammer grunt enemies. The Omnitrix doesn't work in the game, and then after Ben gets smushed, they also realize that they have a limited amount of lives. Abilities are unlocked by finding in-game tokens, which gives Gwen this giant shuriken throwing star, which reminds me of the Rock Dude's weapon in Ninja Scroll, just not nearly as graphic. The pair determines they need to complete the game to escape, so they advance to the next level in Helldivers 2 Pelican Extraction style. Ben finds a hidden chest which grants him the ability to use ninja forearms. Ben's hero Ishiyama appears, but Ben quickly learns why you should never meet your heroes. The in-game villain Kinko is a shapeshifter, so Ishiyama thinks Ben is evil since he changed into forearms. Gwen's karate moves impress Ishiyama, who promises to not kill Ben for no other reason than to respect Gwen's warrior spirit. Ishiyama proves to be a cool element for this episode as everything happening in-game is actually real to him, but for Ben and Gwen, they understand this is temporary and ultimately not real. Speaking of real life, Ben falls for a trap and wastes one of Ishiyama's lives. Great job, bud. Suddenly, Kinko appears after shifting into an Omnitrix token of Cannibal. He takes Ishii and Gwen hostage and demands to learn how the Omnitrix works. Ben grabs the real token and transforms into a cute cannibal wearing sumo wrestler garb. While this all-out brawl is happening, Grandpa Max wakes up and pauses the game, freezing everyone in place. Just before Max turns the console off, he hears Ben and Gwen yelling through the speaker and puts on the headset to become their Hunger Games sponsor. Cannibal wastes another one of Ishiyama's lives, and Gwen calls him Round Boy, which made me laugh more than it should have.
My bad.
Nice going, Round Boy.
Gwen solves a riddle to advance to the next level and is rewarded with an extra 300 pounds to become a true sumo slammer. They pass on to the final level where Kinko returns, looking like the 14th Colossus, and of course the Omnitrix times out. Before the battle begins, Gwen drops the episode's token moral lesson and tells Ben to think like a hero instead of trying to impress his hero. Really thought-provoking stuff. In the process of Ben searching for another alien token, Kenko ends up killing Ishiyama, lol. Ben does find an upgrade token, and oh my god, Ishiyama's alive! He tells Ben he's a noble hero, and then gets bodied by Grandpa Max, who has entered the game himself. Ben says Ishii is a good guy, but it was actually Kenko disguised as Ishii. Wow! Upgrade takes over Kenko's suit and detonates from the inside out, revealing Kenko to just be a grumpy little guy. Ben uses a 1-up to revive the actual Ishiyama, who says Grandpa is the greatest sumo slammer. Max says all he did was read the instructions, which is now a pretty funny line considering you're lucky if there's even a disc in the box when you buy a new game. The game makes it back to the real world. Ben and Gwen go outside for some fresh air, and Max stays inside to continue sumo slamming, revealing his true closeted gamer self. This is a really fun episode. Man of Action definitely liked finding opportunities to create variants of Ben's aliens, and the costumes used in this episode are one of the better examples of that. Especially the BB Fat himself, Cannon Bolt. Locking Ben's powers behind the tokens was a cool mechanic, and Max entering the game at the end was awesome. Game over, you've earned yourself a B ranking. Next on the docket is one of the most unique episodes of the entire series, as well as one of, if not the funniest episode. Super Alien Hero Buddy Adventures! I had absolutely no memory of this episode when I turned this on, so you can imagine my confusion when the first minute goes something like this.
You'll not be tossing me out of the game anytime soon.
Turns out this is actually a TV show and someone is making money off of Ben's aliens. Where's the NIL deal? Forearms is Handy Buddy, Heat Blast is Fiery Buddy, and Wild Mutt is Doggy Buddy, none of which has been licensed by their lawful rights holder, Ben. In a stroke of supreme serendipity, the Rust Bucket was on its way to a knockoff Universal Studios where the Super Alien Hero Buddies are a main attraction.
Meet Tim Dean, creator of Super Alien Hero Buddy Adventures.
Screw Tim Dean, all my homies hate Tim Dean. Ben pulls up on this bum to give him a piece of his mind, but quickly gets dragged away by Fiery and Handy Buddy. That's gotta be humiliating. Ben goes Heat Blast to commit arson? Luckily for the innocent bystanders of the park, Ben's favorite superhero, Kangaroo Commando, is in danger. Unfortunately, there is no danger and it's all part of a stage show, so Ben actually just ruined the whole thing. Commando Kangaroo kicks Heat Blast like 50 or 60 yards somehow, and Ben realizes it's all a show, so he uses Heat Blast to his advantage to complete Commando's performance with Pyro. This is when the goofiness really starts kicking in. Supreme loser Tim Dean confronts Abel North, who plays Commando, and claims he stole Fiery Buddy for his show. Ben and Gwen hop on Commando's roller coaster where it predictably breaks Roller Coaster Tycoon style. The Omnitrix doesn't cooperate, so Ben can't save them. By the way, has it been explained why the watch just sometimes doesn't work? Yes? No? Anyways, Commando saves them, thank the Lord. Ben finally changes into Forearms to assist in rescuing parkgoers and offers to team up with Kangaroo Commando, who declines, citing past workplace grievances. Looks like the ride was rigged to explode, and Commando finds OJ's, an ink-stained glove at the blast site. Curse you, Tim Dean! North confronts Dean, who has one of the funniest lines of the episode.
Those aren't mine. I mean, the sketches are, but not the explosives.
This whole North-Dean feud feels exactly like the Antagonizer versus the Mechanist in Fallout 3, and I love it to death. Gwen vindicates Dean by noticing the glove is for the wrong hand. Now Ben and Gwen are suspicious about North's intentions. The pair do some surveilling, and the most bizarre thing happens. North is in two places at once. Commando kidnaps Tim Dean. They track him down to some type of warehouse, and Godzilla mentioned, let's go! Wildvine shows off a very underrated ability by puncturing the Godzilla head with thorns. Suddenly, we see where Christopher Nolan drew inspiration for The Dark Knight. Both North and Dean are trapped, and Ben can only save one of them from the evil clutches of a to-be-revealed figure. Fortunately, Ben, of course, manages to save both gentlemen without the perpetrator noticing. In one final neck-breaking twist, the would-be assassin, Abel North's evil twin brother, Kane. Yes, really, the brother is named Kane. When on-the-nose jokes are done really well, man, they can hit. Not only is he named Kane, but he is that evil, no-good, pouch-stuffing bozo marsupial man. Kane feels bitter that Abel stole his idea and got famous for it. That sounds familiar.
Can't anybody come up with anything original in Hollywood?
Wildvine times out while fighting Marsupial Man, leading to Abel saving Ben's life. How sweet. Dean and North confess their love, admiration for one another, while Ben gets ignored like chopped liver. And to close things out, Grandpa Max finds the kids and shows them the cool new action figures he bought them, of the Super Alien Hero Buddies. I recommend watching this episode again for yourself. There's such a great tongue-in-cheek sense of humor throughout the whole thing. It also reminds the viewer that, yeah, all of Ben's alien escapades are public knowledge, so it makes sense that sooner or later they become part of pop culture. I appreciate these types of moments that put into context the impact of the main character's adventures. Another good example of this is Bartolomeo from the Dressrosa arc of One Piece. The comedy is really great, and the corny mystery thriller plot twists are fun. I proudly award Super Alien Hero Buddy Adventures an A ranking. We are now in the last leg of Season 3, and this is when all the pieces really start to come together to form a larger, overarching saga. This story opens with this ugly kid that looks like Bobby Zilch from Psychonauts, and two other country bumpkins sneaking onto a farm for some cow-tipping fun. Things get hairy, and right before a bull charges at a kid, featuring a great stock sound effect, thank you, the bull hightails it out of there. But why? What could have happened? A mummy could have happened. Notice how this beast has the same purple lightning that featured prominently in Benwolf. Over in the RV, Grandpa Max has had it with these lazy kids not doing their dang chores. They hear a radio ad from a woman asking for extra farmhands, and Max, being the nut that he is, actually decides to sign his grandkids up. They show up to find the woman from the radio, Joan Maplewood, and her son Todd, who carries a pig and saw the mummy. During dinner, Todd tries to tell them about the mummy, but Joan, who is clearly a very toxic mother, tells him to shut his pie hole. After dinner, Ben and Gwen follow Todd outside and finally hear about the mummy. So clearly, these mischievous misfits want to see it for themselves. Todd shows them where they'll be sleeping, and the pig has way too human of a face for my liking. I've said it before, but I just really love when Man of Action works in these cute family dynamic moments to show that just like kids in real life, they'll bicker nonstop, but still love spending time together.
Going somewhere?
Same place you are.
Mummy hunt.
The duo finds a crater with purple goo and doxes the farm's location.
An Egyptian tomb in South Carolina?
South Carolina mentioned! That's the state next to mine, woohoo! Some weird bold thing shows up, so it looks like the mummy may be mutating animals. Accelerate beats the bulls and finds the mummy, setting up one of the scariest jump scares I've ever seen. I cannot believe Cartoon Network allowed this. Combat begins, and we start to get a feel for what the mummy's moveset is, such as a cool ability to basically make itself permeable to physical damage by separating his body. Just for a second, we actually see from Accelerate's POV, which is really cool. It looks like his visor gives everything a blue tint. I didn't notice that until just now. Gwen saves Ben from dying, the mummy runs away, and the kids head back. Grandpa Max has cute pajamas, and that's certainly a stock sound effect on the grunt. We take a break from the plot to watch Ben use his alien powers to complete farm chores. Kind of fun to see which aliens would excel at different manual labor tasks, but they better not. Think about taking our jobs. That evening, Todd mentions the mummy first appeared in a flash of purple lightning, which is just like what happened with the werewolf. Ooh. The kids take Max to where the purple bulls are dying a slow and painful death. Max uses a plumber gadget to identify an element called corrodium, which isn't found on Earth and likely came from a meteor. He believes the mummy wants more of it to turn humanity into the purple monster creature things. They hop in the rust bucket and drive to an ice cream factory where it seems a large source of corrodium is hidden. Ben uses Diamond Head to punch through the factory floor and find the corrodium, which is dumb because now the mummy doesn't have to search for it anymore. The mummy absorbs it into his chest and uses it to turn a security guard into a monster, which is a pretty grotesque process. Max busts out these sick SCP plumber suits that protect the occupant from the effects of corrodium. It's been too long since we heard a good canned Gwen scream, so it's nice to have it back. Also nice to see that Gwen has been practicing her magic skills. The only issue is the spell can't leave her suit, so she goes Violet Beauregard and starts bouncing around. Max drops an A1 stinker of a one-liner.
Let's wrap this up.
And then Diamond Head times out, but Max is able to get a suit on Ben before the mummy starts chasing. The mummy gets sliced up by an industrial blade, but reforms from the scraps left over. It grabs Ben, triggering that sweet, sweet yellow light, which we now know means the watch absorbed the new DNA. Upgrade freezes the mummy using nitrogen, Max patches up the hole in the floor, and Gwen roasts Ben.
The coronium turned Ben into a hideous mutant! Oh, wait. That's how you always look.
This episode is cool in terms of what it's setting up, but on its own, it's pretty mid. The one-liners are out of control, and more time than necessary was spent showing the group doing chores. If you've got a mummy involved, well, by golly, we want to see the mummy. Under Wraps comes in at a C ranking. You can tell this county fair is in America by the way someone dangerously drives a vehicle through it. Was that too much? The Tennysons are enjoying a fun evening together when some lowlives race by trying to steal the Liberty Bell, which is a very funny concept from a larceny perspective. Like, who are you going to sell that to? Regardless, this whole intro sequence really has no connection to the rest of the episode, so Ben's hometown baseball team is playing in the Little League World Series, so they head over to Williamsport to watch. This episode's plot device is the President of the United States of America will be in attendance. Surely nothing nefarious will happen. The bullies from the series premiere Cash and JT return, and immediately hang Ben by his underwear again, which is an astoundingly impressive move as a fellow hater. Listen to the line delivery from Cash here.
Oh, saving the world!
Award-winning stuff. The Cannon's opponents, the Squires, show up and start practicing with North Korean military parade levels of discipline and precision. The game begins and the Squires are doing way too much. Fence climbing, super jumps, Mario Baseball star swings, you name it. Something just ain't right about this bunch. Ben decides to interfere on behalf of the Cannons by using Accelerate to move the ball wherever he wants it to go. This may be a bit of a continuity error. I don't think it's really been applied that Accelerate is like faster than light in time and stuff. Convenient for this episode though. The best gag here is Accelerate getting Cash hit by a pitch.
First base.
The Cannons ultimately win. Oh, what a joyous day. The Squires ambush Cash and JT and kidnap them to who knows where. Gwen discovers that all of the kids on the Squires are named after Hall of Fame baseball players. A fact I guess no one else has noticed and thought to investigate, maybe? Ben follows the Squires to their hideout and discovers they're making robot clones of other kids. Ben gets found out and goes Diamond Head to save the bullies and himself. Gwen and Max show up to help and notice that the Squires are targeting the president for some reason. I can't believe he's in danger. Diamond Head does this sick move that reminded me of the yellow gun spin attack from Jak 2. And the crew escapes after a factory explosion that puts the 2020 Beirut incident to shame. Back on the field for the championship game, the Squires have cloned POTUS. How could they? Ben sneaks onto the cannon so he can help if the Squires try to pull anything. But that means he has to play baseball, which he isn't good at.
What's he waiting for?
My guess is a fastball, low and away.
Max, I'm not sure if you're aware, but that's actually a pretty hard pitch to hit. Ben smacks a dinger and then transforms into forearms to stretch it into a double? Cool, I guess, but it triggers the Squires to drop the act and move on the president, so maybe it wasn't the smartest idea. The Squires, now robots, take out all of the Secret Service, but fortunately for them, Gwen and Max swoop in and assume the task of protecting the president. Forearms bust through the wall, killing the fake president, but also nearly killing the real president.
Welcome to the 7th inning stretch.
Ugh, God. The robots are killed, the president is saved, and yuck, they have to let Cash and JT take the credit to not expose Ben's powers. That's gotta sting. But then, out of nowhere, boom! The Forever Knights! They were behind the Squires and the plot to kill the president. Pretty cool final touch. This episode was decent fun overall. It probably slapped for kids that were playing sports at the time they watched it. I like the plot twist of the Forever Knights being involved, even if it was for no other reason than to remind you they exist. But I feel like there should have been more hints towards that throughout the episode. I very well may have missed it, but up until the last 60 seconds of the episode, the Squires felt like this self-contained random little militia group thing. I think it would have been cooler to know who was behind it earlier in the episode. The dynamic between Ben and the bullies is funny, and it's a good show of character that Ben does want to save them from the squires, even though they're mean to him. The Unnaturals clock in at a B ranking. I'm gonna keep it 100, no cap on a stack with y'all. This episode is about as inconsequential as you can get. So the gang pulls up on a knockoff Woodstock so Max can see his favorite band, Shag Carpeting. The 1969 version of Woodstock, not the Limp Bizkit version. There's a weatherman there that has built a robot called Sam to control the weather, but wouldn't you know it, things get a bit kooky and Sam starts breaking stuff like a freight train. Sam starts a big storm, Ben wants to go Ripjaws, but the Watch chooses Heat Blast, which is some bull. I just don't get why Ripjaws got so disrespected after season 2. The absolute perfect scenario for a fishman to go to work, and the writers decide to go with one of the series' mainstays. Mega lame. Stuff happens, Ben and Max are beefing because Ben wants to go somewhere else. He goes Accelerate to get away, but ends up pulled on stage to play drums for a band. Another storm rolls in, and Sam makes a super insensitive joke.
If you thought the Great Chicago Fire was bad, you haven't seen anything yet.
Too soon, man. What the hell? Ben beats Sam and kills him by dropping him into a truck full of salt. The weatherman goes to finish the job, but the robot zaps his toupee away, so now he's bald. Sam shows up again and somehow is turned into a kaiju-sized water creature. To fight back, Ben goes forearms, which... I mean, it works, I guess, but again, why no Ripjaws? He could literally swim up Sam's water limbs and eat them or something. So that's 2 prime Ripjaws opportunities stolen by 2 of the most popular and commonly used aliens. Ultra, Mega, lame. On the bright side, we see a new shockwave attack, and they realize that the only way to defeat Sam is with the power of rock and roll, baby. So we get this goofy visual of forearms playing 2 guitars, which is cool, but wouldn't it be cooler if it was Ripjaws shredding a solo? Human Ben gets a cool moment by putting the finishing touches on Sam and surfing down on a guitar, and finally Shag Carpeting gets to perform. Ben and Max squash their beef and bond over the music. Pretty cute. This episode gets a C. It's just meh. It's very meh. The logic behind this weatherman launching the Sam robot not once but twice, even after it had already gone haywire, is stupid, and the misuse of Ripjaws really irks me. The overall plot is not advanced in any way, but I do like getting to see Ben's aliens in unique scenarios like we saw with Accelerate and Forearms. So yeah, Monster Weather gets a C ranking. Next. What is that thing? Why won't it leave me alone? Oh dear God, no, I think it's a banger episode! Folks, I am proud to announce that we have officially reached peak. The next 3 episodes are when season 3 is truly at its best. Let's get into it. Back at Digby Dairy, we see the security guard has returned to human form and is woken up by a security alarm triggered by the werewolf breaking in and rescuing the mummy from his tomb. These 2 are officially on the same team, but for why? And for what? The Rust Bucket is chasing down some escaped convicts, as good Samaritans do. They succeed with Ben as Stinkfly, but a lot of the work was actually by Max and Gwen. This is a very in-your-face way to set the stage for today's moral lesson, which is all about teamwork and appreciation. Max notices a news report saying a rocket launch was recently delayed due to a strange outbreak of purple lightning. Coincidence? I think not! Max heads towards Cape Canaveral to investigate. This is when we're introduced to Dr. Victor, a genius scientist whose work is routinely dismissed by his superiors. No chance he's actually evil, right? Nah. The crew arrives and Max says he has an old friend who can let them into the facility. Turns out Grandpa Max was supposed to be the first person on the moon?
Grandpa, you were supposed to be the first man on the moon?
Does this guy look familiar? Best astronaut in the program.
Ben bumps into grumpy Dr. Victor, who seems to take notice of the Omnitrix, which is interesting because he's not gonna turn evil, so I wonder why they included that detail. Oh well. Max leads the kids deeper into the facility and hacks into a control room, which seems like a major security issue, but YOLO. Dr. Victor gets confronted about his strange behavior and, no way, He's evil. He has both the mummy and the werewolf working for him. How dare you trick me like that? I was really starting to grow fond of Dr. Victor. Ben wanders off on his own and is cornered by the werewolf, which gives us our first sighting of Ben Mummy. Ben quickly learns how to use his alien's new powers and fends off the werewolf just as Grandpa Max shows up.
Thought you were that mummy. I guess because, you know, you're a mummy.
The purple lightning returns, which leads the trio into the graveyard, which is basically a landfill of NASA's defunct technology. Gwen notices a module that has Grandpa Max's initials written on it, to which Max says something about not living in the past. I don't know, man. Personally, I'd be bragging about being a former astronaut to everyone within earshot. This moment of nostalgia is interrupted by the werewolf and the mummy. Remember my theory that the writers had a running gag about Ben almost always wanting forearms when it picks at random?
Oh man, what do you have against forearms?
If that's not a clear confirmation, I don't know what is. Tragically, we get Fido reference number 4.
Back up my Grandpa Fido!
And for that, Cannibal gets punished with electrocution from Dr. Victor, who is evil now. And oh my god, he's a Frankenstein monster alien thing! He commands the mummy and werewolf to take care of them before the launch, hinting at a larger plan. Gwen fails at casting one spell, but accidentally casts another one that protects them just enough to get away from these losers. We get a quick reminder of today's moral lesson.
You can't do everything, Ben. We have to work as a team.
And then the gang split up in hopes of figuring out what Victor's evil plan is. Ben finds their hideaway, which is a giant space shuttle silo with a bunch of tech. We learn that Dr. Victor is actually the reason the mummy and werewolf were able to get to Arizona and South Kakalaki. When fully powered up, he can teleport the creatures around the world. The werewolf returns to his secret satellite outpost, which is clearly part of the scheme. Ben goes accelerate and gets promptly mollywopped by Dr. Victor. Ben almost gets teleported but escapes in the nick of time. Victor initiates the shuttle launch, not realizing Max and Gwen are climbing aboard because, well, honestly, I forgot why, so I checked the Ben 10 wiki plot synopsis, which was less than helpful. Quote, Max says they must be taking the corrodium to the ship. Ben follows the aliens, and Max and Gwen go do something else. Okay, cool. You got it, brother. Thanks. Accelerate tells Victor his plan is over, but Victor says it's not his plan, it's the Master's plan. Who is the Master, you ask? It's Ghost Freak! Yeah, baby, Ghost Freak is back! Stuff is truly hitting the fan. Not only are we deadlocked with Ghost Freak, but Gwen and Max are trapped in the shuttle with the mummy. The episode ends on a goofy freeze frame and a to be continued screen. Cool stuff. I told you this was peak. Grandpa Max was an astronaut, an evil scientist controlling the mummy and werewolf. The one and only Ghost Freak controlling the evil scientist. Max and Gwen trapped in space. This one brings the boom, boom, boom all episode. Ghost Freak returning was a total curveball I can't imagine anyone saw coming, as it really was not hinted at in any way leading up to this episode. By the end, you really do feel like, perhaps for the first time, the entire family is screwed. With Ben being totally cut off from his family, it really is up to him to save the day and bring them back home. I proudly award The Return Part 1 an S ranking.
Damn, that came out clean.
After the very first previously on recap of the series, we jump straight back into the action. Human Ben is being chased down by Victor and Ghost Freak, while Max and Gwen are trapped on the space shuttle. Ghost Freak generously reminds the audience of his goal to merge with Ben in order to control the Omnitrix. While hiding from Ghost Freak, Ben accidentally goes gray matter, which is a fun callback to Ghost Freaked Out when Ben was getting chased in the clock tower. Weirdly, it feels like Ben's control of the watch has worsened throughout the season, but I can't tell if that's intentional by the writers or just an oversight of how many accidental transformations have occurred. Victor says something annoying to Ghost Freak, who promptly bullies Victor like a ragdoll and tells him to lock in. Gray Matter finds a way to call Gwen and Max and clues them in on what the scheme is. Ghost Freak wants to release a corrodium beam from space to the werewolf satellite in New Mexico, which would then cover the world in shadow and turn all humans to these purple monsters. Notice how I said New Mexico just now, but last episode said the werewolf was in Arizona? Yeah, I'm confused on that too. Arizona is mentioned in Benwolf, but now it's actually in New Mexico? I checked the episode transcript and it appears to confirm it's Arizona. Maybe the transcript is wrong? Or was this just a continuity oversight? Regardless, much love to our brothers and sisters in the Southwest. Suddenly, the mummy attacks Max and Gwen, ending the call. Gwen casts a spell inside her suit, creating a cannonbolt effect to temporarily get rid of the mummy. Only issue is, she accidentally got them trapped inside the airlock, which the mummy of course activates. Luckily, the shuttle was about to reach the International Space Station, so thanks to some Outer Wilds looking gloves, the pair land safely on the exterior. Back on Earth, the watch times out, revealing Ben's location. Victor finds and hurls Ben, which activates that mouth-watering, beautiful yellow hue on the Omnitrix. As gray matter, Ben managed to build a makeshift sun gun, which keeps Ghost Freak off his tail. Ben goes upgrade to take over a spacecraft and launch himself to space on some Michael Bay Transformers business. Victor hitches a ride though, so that's no good.
For a guy who never went up into space, you seem to know an awful lot about it.
I never said I didn't go into space. I said I never went into space with NASA.
Grandpa Max is him. Max and Gwen find a way inside the ISS where the mummy is about to transmit the beam, but not before Max hits him with that sweet chin music. Upgrade is insanely cool this episode. Watch this.
Well, this is my stop.
Upgrade is he, his, and him. Upgrade slithers into the space station and blasts the mummy into the airlock. Max notices that the beam transmission has resumed somehow, and oh my god, it's Ghost Freak! So here's the crazy part, the evil plot to cover the world in corrodium. Yeah, it actually works. And it's pretty creepy too, because we actually see people getting mutated in the streets. This is heavy stuff. Ghost Freak lets Mummy out of the airlock and prepares to extinguish the Tennysons. Gwen Big Brain tricks them into removing their spacesuits, which frees up her magic abilities to blast the mummy away. Man, the mummy is taking a beating this episode. We get our first appearance of Ben Victor thanks to the Omnitrix recharging at an all-time high pace. Ghost Freak drags him out into the exterior of the ISS, but thanks to Ben Victor's electromagnetic powers, Ben can keep his solid footing. This hereby begins one of the sickest fights in the whole series. Ben's new alien, trapped in space, and Ghost Freak evolves into his final form. Simultaneously, Max has to deal with Dr. Victor commandeering the module he was trapped on and crashing into the shuttle, and Gwen having to counter the mummy while trying to stop the beam transmission. There's a lot of moving pieces, but it all works flawlessly. Gwen fights the mummy until it gets sucked down the toilet, which is simply the best possible demise to this enemy that I could imagine. But he's still not dead, he's just on the exterior now. Suddenly, it's Ben versus Ghost Freak, Victor, and the mummy. That's hardly fair. Where's the ref? Grandpa Max proceeds to drift the space shuttle and crashes it into the satellite dish that was transmitting the corrodium beam. So the good people of Earth are now saved, but what about our heroes? With Ben surrounded by his foes, Dr. Victor shoots a corrodium beam his direction. Ben dodges and it somehow opens like a black hole thing that sucks the mummy and Dr. Victor away for good. Now it's just Ben and the Freak. The entire ISS starts to explode, but Gwen saves the day by sharing a plumber suit with Ben. Max scoops him up in the space shuttle like kids getting picked up in the carpool lane, but oh no, Ghost Freak is aboard! They cook him up like a crawfish boil by exposing him to the sun, but then the shuttle starts falling apart. There's only one man capable of saving Ben and all those he loves dearly. Yeah, Cannon Bolt. The one and only BB Fat crash lands next to the Egyptian pyramids, everyone is happy, and Ghost Freak has returned to the Omnitrix as a selectable alien. But don't get excited, he's never used. Lame. And that's that. A killer close to this two-part series, right? The best action scenes the series has to offer, and a storyline that bounces diligently between multiple different conflicts. The alien usage is incredible, albeit a tad unbelievable with how quick the Omnitrix recharges. But maybe the watch just knows how to rise to the occasion. After rewatching the entire series, I can proudly and confidently say that Be Afraid of the Dark Part 2 is my #1 overall pick for the best episode of the original Ben 10 series. S+++ ranking and then some. Boom! Oh, yeah, there's still one more episode of Season 3. The Visitor! Be Afraid of the Dark would have made for a perfect finale, but maybe the team had an idea so good they just had to include it. Let's see. Our story begins with some dudes snowmobiling and accidentally coming across some type of alien vessel. Out walks an alien with 3 eyes that says, "The Omnitrix," and then the intro plays. We cut to Gwen flying a kite in the park until Wild Mutt steals it from her. Gwen casts a horny spell on all the other dogs in the area so that they harass Wild Mutt, which is an absolutely insane thing to think about.
Sorry, Fidos. Playtime's over.
Another Fido mention! Stop the madness! Grandpa Max is watching on in forlorn fashion as a happy elderly couple takes a stroll hand in hand. Gwen tells Ben that Grandpa Max met his wife in St. Louis, so being back here is making him feel lonely. Well, great news for Max. If he's lonely, get a load of this slim, thick alien that pulls up from the tundra and aggressively demands Ben tell her how he got the Omnitrix. There's a scrum between this new alien and Heat Blast, which is ended by Max up in the blicky. Turns out these two know each other. We cut back to the Yee-Yees bringing some friends out to where they found the alien, which activates one of Vilgax's big robot dudes, who is certainly now on its way to track down Ben and this new alien who is named Xylene. Back at the campsite, Max and Xylene have been chit-chatting for a few hours now, reminiscing on the work they did together during Grandpa's plumber days. Now, I'm no love doctor, but this little tentacle caress Xylene has going on tells me these two were banging back in the day. Hubba hubba. Xylene reveals that she was actually the one who sent the Omnitrix to Earth. She was the one transporting it when Vilgax attacked her ship. In a last-ditch effort, she sent the Omnitrix in an escape pod to keep it from Vilgax and hopped into a pod of her own, which crash-landed on Earth. Ben, clearly not appreciating the gravity of the situation, scolds Xylene and tells her to take her pheromones somewhere else.
So, since Vilgax is taken care of, guess you don't need to stick around here anymore.
Max and his mistress take a stroll to catch up while Ben surveils them as Wildvine. This is actually a really cool ability that I don't believe we see used anywhere else in the show. Via flashback, we learn that they kissed! Also that Xylene wanted Max to travel with her to find the Omnitrix, but he declined to stay on Earth and defeat Vilgax. Ben overhears Xylene asking Max to explore space with her, which sours his thoughts on Grandma Lizard even more. As expected, surprise, the robot has tracked them down. Ben fights back his forearms and denies Xylene's help once she jumps in. The robot nearly destroys the rust bucket before they defeat it. Xylene explains these mecha droids have learned to basically absorb technology to repair and improve themselves, and presses Ben to confirm if he actually destroyed it or not. Tension continues to rise as Max implores Ben to trust Xylene's advice. Ben asks why she sent him to watch in the first place. Xylene replies she was actually trying to send it to Grandpa Max. Ben gets all sensitive and says, "Screw you guys, and going home," and runs away. Ben loops in Gwen on what he overheard, and they realize that with Vilgax out of the picture, there's nothing tying Max down from leaving with Xylene. Wouldn't you know it, Ben didn't destroy the robot. It returns, captures Max, and dips, leaving Xylene in charge of Ben and Gwen.
I know you're gonna give us the whole, the Omnitrix is more important than any single being lecture.
Well, it is.
The three agree to set their differences aside and focus on saving Max. Time out on the field. So here's Ben flying on Tetrax's hoverboard. Notice how it snugly fits Ben, almost like a skateboard, right? Okay, now let's go back to Season 2, Episode 9, Tough Luck. The hoverboard is big enough for a combat scene. The action figure for Ben came with a skateboard-sized hoverboard. So I'm going to conclude that this iteration is the canon size of the hoverboard, and the oversized version from Tough Luck just didn't happen, and there's no proof. Moving on. Xylene tries to rescue Max from the mecha droid by using her telekinetic powers to drop a shipping container on it, but I'll be damned if that container didn't have a gosh darn tank inside it. Ben plans to go upgrade to fight the robot, but Xylene uses an action replay and unlocks Upchuck, another new alien. Woohoo! Upchuck proceeds to consume the robot piece by piece until it shuts down for good, allowing Xylene to rescue Max. Ben turns back into a human and burps out some bolts and screws, which opens a Pandora's box of questions about the intra-transformational biophysiological anatomical effects on Ben's body. Ben apologizes to Xylene for being a meanie and says he appreciates how happy she makes Max. Max declines Xylene's invitation yet again, saying Ben and Gwen are his whole world and he could never leave them behind. Before Xylene flies away, the two share an on-screen kiss again. Thank the Lord it's just an interspecies kiss and not something abhorrent and dangerous to the youth of America like two dudes kissing, right? Sarcasm, sarcasm. I do really appreciate this episode for giving us even more backstory to Grandpa Max, which always proves to be interesting, as well as more insight into how the Omnitrix got to Ben in the first place. Seeing Upchuck's premiere was a total surprise to me, but it's done in a cool way that reminds you just how little Ben has figured out about the Watch's capabilities. I definitely feel it would have been better to put this episode elsewhere in the season, maybe even right before the return and Be Afraid of the Dark, or even as a premiere to Season 4. I give Season 3's final episode, The Visitor, an A ranking. Bang, bang, bang! Season 3 is over! The best season of the entire series. This feels like when the show was truly at its most mainstream popularity. It feels like Man of Action and Cartoon Network knew that they had caught lightning in a bottle and they capitalized on that as much as possible. Let's take a look at our rankings for Season 3. A quick recap here, folks. As great as Season 3 was, we did have one F tier episode. 1 D tier, 2 C tier, 3 B tier, 3 A tier, and 3 S tier. That's a 3P all the way through. Average ranking of 23.3 per episode. First overall draft pick in the Ben 10 season draft, I guess, if we were to do that. Season 3 is really unique because it introduces quite a few mature storylines, which we really haven't broached too much. We did a little bit with Ghost Freak in Season 2, but we went all the way in with Season 3. The 2-episode arc where they go to space and fight and get more aliens and stuff, that is awesome. Those episodes are bangers through and through. Grandpa Max is irrefutably cemented himself as the GOAT grandfather of television history, cartoon history, cinematic history. Probably made a lot of kids love their grandpa a whole lot more, which is a great community contribution that, I don't know if Man of Action intended to do that, but probably made a lot of kids look at their grandpa a lot cooler, even if they didn't fight aliens and kiss aliens even. Now, one thing about Season 3, the biggest downside of Season 3 that doesn't really play out until Season 4, as much as an adrenaline rush as it is when Ben gets new aliens like Ben Mummy, Ben Victor, Benwolf in this season, it becomes a little bit of a too many cooks in the kitchen scenario where you still love the original 10 aliens and you still love Wildvine and Cannonbolt, but you have all these new aliens and there's only so much screen time you can give to any one alien. So you end up with a scenario where some aliens only get seen once and some aliens like Ripjaws barely get used at all. So we'll see that play out more in Season 4, but Season 3, I don't think this is a hot take, and if it is, chill out. Season 3 is the best season of Ben 10 by far. Season 4, baby, what's on the menu? Our terrific trio are getting their day started in the Rust Bucket with Grandpa Max chefing up a wonderful bacon and eggs breakfast. Ben celebrates by burping in Gwen's face with such ferocity that it actually impresses her. Weird. 6-6 and Volcanus pull up out of the blue and threaten the livelihood of a bus full of cheerleaders wearing bright green uniforms. Diamond Head saves the damsels in distress, dispatches the two alien scumbags, and reaps the praise of the Spirit Squad, including Kai, who friend-zoned him back in New Mexizona. Max takes the kids to the arcade where Ben just so happens to be the lucky 1 millionth customer. Man, sometimes things just go your way, huh? Ben almost forgot to mention to Max that the Omnitrix has been acting weird all day, but Max assures him everything is fine. A truck blazes through the parking lot, dropping a copy of a new Sumo Slammers game like a Simpsons hit-and-run mission, and instead of telling him to do the honorable thing, Grandpa hooks up Ben with an elite outdoor gaming setup for maximum chillage. Did Ben die and go to heaven? No, but perhaps purgatory. Out pops another pair of Gwen and Max. The opposing pairs get into a tussle, each swearing that the other is fake, until the real ones grab Ben and take off in the RV. Gwen explains that Ben's actually had terrible luck today, capped off by an ambush from the Forever Knights. A Humvee driven by Lieutenant Steele splits the Rust Bucket in two. How violent. Steele says that this pair of Max and Gwen are also not real and in fact are aliens working for Vilgax. Perfect timing. Here comes Vilgax's ship. Okay, now something is fishy. For the first 10 minutes of this episode, I had no clue what was going on, but as soon as Mr. Null Void himself showed up, I realized that this had to be some type of dream sequence thing. Ben goes forearms, we get this anime looking frame, and then fists begin to fly. Forearms throws Vilgax into a ship which makes it explode in spectacularly goofy cartoon fashion. Vilgax tries to send Ben to the Null Void, but the tables are turned in favor of the good guys.
Sorry, Billy. Looks like it's just not your day.
With Vilgax out of the way, Steele asks Ben to send the alleged fake cousin and grandpa to the Null Void. Ben realizes it's the real Gwen after she roasts him, and it's actually Steele that has shapeshifted to hide his real identity. Enoch of the Forever Knights. Enoch confirms what Gwen told Ben, that the Knights have captured him. Enoch was using mind games to keep Ben distracted, but with their cover blown, he changes the simulation from Ben's perfect day to his worst day, to which Ben responds with a weirdly enthusiastic line delivery.
Something tells me this day is about to go downhill.
And what is Ben's worst nightmare, you ask? Being back in school. Gwen explains the reason the watch is acting weird is because in the real world, the Knights are actively trying to remove the Omnitrix. Max was able to tune into the mind control device's frequency, which explains how they made it into Ben's head. A series of unfortunate events ensue, including hall monitor Kevin 11, baseball legends Cash and JT, and being forced to take a test. Ben accidentally goes gray matter, truly a nightmare, and concludes the exit would be in the last place Ben would look, which is his gym locker. But it was a trap! The gang gets cornered, and it comes down to Ben's creativity to save them. If they're in his mind, that means he can do anything he wants. So he turns into Ultra Ben. Grandpa gets an upgrade of his own, as well as Gwen.
So not funny, Ben.
Ben escapes from his nightmare, Harlem sidekicks the bozos prying at the watch, goes accelerate, and throws Enoch into the mind control device. But, oh no, the device malfunctions and Enoch escapes. The watch times out, Ben goes back under the knife, and Enoch actually manages to take the Omnitrix. No! LOL, just kidding. Rip bozo. Nice little fake out at the end here. In the closing seconds of the episode, we actually get some really interesting plot development. Enoch is actually not at the top of the Knights' food chain. Some big robot dude is, and he says that the mission to take out the Tennysons will be led by him moving forward. Big. This was a cool episode overall. As the opener for the final season, it's smart to remind the audience of characters past and present to set up some absolutely incredible episodes later on. The Perfect Day sequence had a lot of charm to it, from the perspective of, if a 10-year-old boy could do anything, what would he do? Really interesting to throw in that little Forever Knights nugget at the end too. Perfect Day, you've earned yourself a B ranking. This is the episode where Ben unlocks Ditto in the Omnitrix. I'm just gonna say it. Ditto is a lame alien. I don't know if that's a hot take or not in the larger Ben 10 fandom or a very commonly held belief, but no matter what, I'm standing on business. Now back to the show. Dr. Animo is back and he's locked up in a knockoff Alcatraz. He managed to train some seagulls to scavenge enough tech for him to build another mutator ray and escapes prison on a giant seagull, which is objectively a very funny way to break out. You should get a full exoneration for that. Over on the beach, Max and Gwen are chilling in the shade while Ripjaws is... Oh my... Wait, Ripjaws? Ripjaws, so he does still exist. Unfortunately, it's just for a stupid sea monster gag. Yep, first time we've seen him in 15 episodes, and it's for a whopping 10 seconds. The Giga Goal finds Ben on the beach, and while trying to go stinkfly, he turns into a brand new alien, Ditto. This guy's main ability is infinitely cloning himself, and his secondary ability is infinitely annoying the viewer with the most obnoxious voice out of all of Ben's aliens.
Let go! Us?
Ditto shoos off the seagull and then proceeds to have another conveniently placed, absurdly long transformation, which is totally wasted on the various goofs and gaffes that multiple Ben brains would get into. Dr. Animo breaks up the monotony by rising out of the sea in a cool scuba suit while riding a Kraken. Animo captures one of the Dittos and throws him into a containment device and then swims away. Short and sweet. The Omnitrix shutdown tune starts going off, but nothing happens. Gwen concludes that all copies of Ditto have to be together in order for Ben to turn human again, so they set off on a journey to find Animo. Speaking of, Animo has got a sweet subaquatic lab set up in a crashed ship. Now's a good time to mention a fun quirk about Ditto. If one gets hurt, they all get hurt.
You just feel that zap?
Animo's plan is to extract Ditto's DNA and use its cloning capabilities to form a creature cabal. Ben pretty cleverly escapes the pod he's trapped in by taunting the seagull into breaking the glass. The Omnitrix starts beeping again, and this time, since the 3 Dittos on the boat are in proximity to the captured Ditto, they basically get magnetically pulled together in order to reunite. Ben turns back while in the water and gets scooped up by the seagull, but luckily for the Tennysons, Grandpa Max has a jetpack. Grandpa Max has a jetpack. Also, Gwen has gotten so good with her magic that she can control the tornado well enough to use it for flying. Not as cool as a jetpack, but eh. Some stuff happens, Ben tries to go Ditto but ends up as Upgrade, which actually works out great because it allows him to take over part of the wrecked ship and zap away the Kraken. Cool, one enemy down. Ben hypothesizes that being Ditto for so long drained the watch overall and led to Upgrade timing out quicker than usual. Animo emerges on his trusty steed, a giant mega stinkfly that is able to clone itself thanks to the help of Ditto's DNA. Sick. Ben goes Ditto, lame, and the gang rolls out to defeat the stinkfly army. Gwen reminds Ben that if one clone takes damage, they all feel it, and suggests Ben use that to his advantage. They take down Animo's personal bug, subsequently making all the clones melt into acid or something. Gross. A bunch of Dittos jump Animo and violently drown him. Max managed to delete Animo's computer files, so once Animo inevitably breaks out of prison again, he'll have none of the alien DNA. 2,000 IQ move, Grandpa. It's probably better saved for its own video, but my biggest gripe with the series overall is how new aliens get thrown at Ben way too frequently in seasons 3 and 4. When we got Cannonball and Wildvine, they still had enough appearances to really appreciate their abilities and get attached to them. But between Upchuck, Ben Mummy, Ben Victor, and now Ditto, not to mention the still present original aliens, there's just too many cooks in the kitchen. And the alien design started getting a lot less colorful too. How many times can we recycle the green, black, and white palette? As for this episode itself, it's very middle of the road for me. I just really don't like Ditto as an alien, and his voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Animo is cool and arguably cements himself as Ben's most formidable recurring enemy in this episode, so that definitely helps boost the score. And I don't care if it's dumb or not, the disrespect shown to Ripjaws dings the final score just a tad. Divided we stand, y'all come in at a C ranking. Spoiler, this is the worst episode of the series, and it's not even close. This episode is 7 cubic tons of horrible. I'm going to do a super quick recap of the episode itself, and then explain exactly why it's so terrible. Hex is back, and he's super old, even though we just saw him a few weeks ago. Maybe I missed Gwen casting an old person spell on him, whatever. The Tennysons are in St. Augustine taking a historical tour with a dorky guide that reminds me of Mayor Earl from Sparksville.
While in Spain, De Leon heard stories of the Fountain of Youth and made it his mission to find it.
Moral lesson of this episode is respecting your elders, the gentle passage of time, yada yada yada. Ben is mad disrespectful to Max in this episode.
They say older people need to stay indoors in the summer. You should probably go in the rust bucket and cool off.
They go to a fair and play the dunk tank game. The dude working the booth says it's closed, Max pays him money to play, Ben and Gwen miss the target, Hex shows up and breaks the tank, Ben and Max fall in it. Max is suddenly 10 years old. They test the water from the dunk tank and find it's HO12 with high levels of carbon. And then Four Arms is now a kid too. Yep, it's another gimmick episode. This time, baby aliens. Also, timeout. What happened to not transforming in front of the public? We just not doing that anymore? Oh yeah, Ben's 4 years old now, too. My eyes, how they roll. They track down the dunk tank owner. Ben says, Going Hiwo. Dunk tank dude says he is 400 years old and is a sworn protector of the Fountain of Youth. Max is like, oh man, being young forever rules. And the dude is like, nah man, I can't get laid. And Max does this egregiously goofy nod.
Appreciate what you have.
Hex knows where the fountain is, so they gotta rush over there and stop him. Hex has animated the local fauna to attack intruders, so Ben goes Stinkfly to fight back, and he farts. Baby Stinkfly's bit is that he farts. No joke. I'm watching this as I write, and I literally just shook my head in disgust. Aside from the farting, Stinkfly has got to have the corniest dialogue out of all of Ben's aliens. And you can't even hear what he's saying for most of this scene. The fart sounds are so loud, you simply cannot understand what Stinkfly says. I'm not this is not edited. Watch. I'm not joking. They find Hex in a cave with the fountain, and this is the only slice of the episode that's actually charming. For the parents, aunts, and uncles out there, you know that nothing enrages a toddler more than being called a baby. That's exactly what Gwen does to trigger Ben into having a meltdown as Heat Blast, destroying Hex and the Fountain of Youth all in one blow. Dunk Tank Guy says the water's effects wear off if you stop drinking it, so with the help of a convenient scene transition, Max and Ben are back to normal. Charmcaster finds baby Hex in the swamp, and that's that. What do you mean this dude put water from the Fountain of Youth in a carnival game? You're the sworn protector of a mythical source of infinite youth, desired by millions and inspiring explorers for centuries. And you put it in a dunk tank? Who told you to do this, brother? Did Ponce de Leon himself order you to do this? Did they even have dunk tanks back then? In what world does it make sense to live on an orange farm, but have a carnival side hustle where you expose one of the world's greatest treasures to random passersby? And it was closed too, which implies he just shows up to these things, pays for a booth slot, sets up the tank, fills it with water, and then puts a closed sign on it? Hello? Hello? He's lucky there's no other conquistadors still kicking, or else he surely would have been replaced. It's insane that this episode got greenlit. Yes, it's a cartoon for kids, but come on, there still has to be some sense of logic to the story being told. What do you mean there's a dunk tank full of water from the Fountain of Youth? What do you mean there's a dunk tank full of water from the Fountain of Youth? This entire episode should have never even been produced. The only reason it was made was to check off another alien gimmick from Cartoon Network's wish list, which I presume was intended to expand the merchandising potential of the show even more should they decide to make a figure line of the baby aliens. Speaking of, the baby aliens suck. What a boring, lazy, downright criminal gimmick. By this point of the show, Man of Action had turned Heat Blast, Forearms, Stinkfly, and Wild Mutt into what Nintendo has done with Pikachu and Eevee. They are the lucky, chosen few, the faces of the brand, the heirs apparent. If there is merch to be made or an episode to be produced, these names are the priority. Think about the Sickness alien gimmick from Season 1 or the mascot gimmick from Season 3. Wild Mutt, Forearms, and Heat Blast have a variant in both of those. If you look at the per season alien appearances, these four are consistently among the most commonly used aliens, whether this is due to behind-the-scenes logistical matters like paying voice actors or managing the animation team's time efficiently, or a more cynical reason like the network demanding a quota for these aliens to move merch. It's irrefutable that this clear focus on these four aliens hurt the show's overall creativity by limiting what aliens can appear in what scenarios. Back to this episode specifically. The baby aliens are just smaller and weaker, not even necessarily cuter or cooler looking. Stinkfly is the absolute worst. The farting thing, it doesn't even make sense. Do toddlers fart more than teenagers and adults? Like, is this a thing? Are daycare workers and teachers just straight up getting gassed out of the building day in and day out? Also, definitely beating a dead horse here, but that's fine with me because clearly my man is already dead to the writers. You really couldn't work in a baby Ripjaws? The episode is about water. The final battle is at a body of water. There was simply no room for the water guy, Ripjaws. Admittedly, the baby Heat Blast appearance was the best of the episode, but my boy has had one appearance in 16 episodes now, and it didn't even have a lick of substance to it. Don't Drink the Water gets an F, a G, a H, I, negative 10 million, bad, not good ranking. The worst episode by a long shot. It left me simply flabbergasted when I watched it for this video. Lazy, dumb, a complete waste of time. Season 4 would have benefited from only having 9 episodes instead of 10 if it meant leaving this episode on the cutting room floor, preferably the dumpster. Yeah, so F. F ranking. Oh, good God. Every 10-year-old's worst nightmare. Having to dress up with the middle part nonetheless, yikes. The fam is attending a wedding this weekend for Max's nephew Joel and his bride-to-be Camille, and both Ben and Gwen are in it. The Toonami guy's in this episode.
Now, Gordon, the kids are grown-ups. Who are we to get in the way?
There is some big beef between the families of the bride and the groom, and there appears to be some suspicious activity afoot. Gwen gets fired as flower girl, which is pretty funny, but unfortunately Ben is still a lock to be the ring bearer. Later that night, we see one of the venue employees get snatched by a purple tentacle thing that takes over the employee's body. Ben heads down to the lake for some swimming when he sees a van bust through the property gate. He goes cannonbolt to stop it, and for some reason his instinct is to blow it up like a roadside IED. All good though, because our favorite big boy does a cute little dance after.
Oh yeah, it's scary being this good.
The explosion starts a fire, and we finally see the inevitable. A cannonball. The fire goes out, but now all the furniture is ruined. Max's brother and brother's wife pull up with plumber guns, which means they're plumbers too, I guess, and actually open fire when Cannonbolt disappears. Joel makes his parents promise there will be no more weapons this weekend, which surely is not setting them up to be vulnerable to enemy attack. Cannonbolt gets slapped by the purple tentacle, the watch times out, and Ben heads back to the RV. Max mentions that the bride's entire family are aliens called sludge puppies, and they've had a decades-long war with the plumbers. Pretty cool. But Joel and Camille's love has brought the two species together, and this weekend could mark the end of the conflict. We move on to the rehearsal dinner where that same employee from before is working, only it's not just your average underpaid service worker. It's Camille's ex-boyfriend, here to stop the wedding. Ben goes Diamond Head to defend his family's honor.
A Petro Sapien. What are you doing here?
Friend of the groom?
The scuffle tumbles into the spa where the combatants fall into the world's deepest hot tub, which reveals one of the sludge puppy's weaknesses. They dissolve in water. Gwen walks in on Ben trying to learn how to dance in the RV. This turns into a really sweet moment between cousins where Ben reluctantly agrees to let Gwen teach him what to do. But Max catches them, and since the two can't let Grandpa see them actually getting along, the dance lesson ends abruptly. The sun rises on a beautiful day, perfect for an alien wedding.
If anyone has a reason why these two should not wed, let them speak now or forever hold them.
Egads! Who could have foreseen this happening? Camille's parents stop the ceremony in its tracks. The Tennyson family tree must be notorious for posting racist tweets, because Camille's dad says,
"And every human here are about to be cancelled."
Always think about your digital footprint, kids. This episode has some really good humor to it and has a fun, over-the-top feel, especially during the wedding scene.
But you said you liked me!
We lied.
Ben goes Heat Blast to fight the sludge puppies, who have a really cool design by the way, and since Max smuggled in some weapons, the whole family is ready to fight back. Max gets a sick kill by sticking an explosive inside a sludge puppy. Camille's parents absorb Heat Blast but then get petrified from the inside out and die a violent, painful death. The ceremony resumes and the marriage is finalized. Yippee! There's a montage of Gwen's photos at the end, including this funny one of Max crying over the family heirloom tuxedo being ruined. A perfectly fine episode, really great humor throughout. Cannonbolt gets a very sizable appearance, which is always appreciated, and the charming moment during Gwen's dance lesson was really nice. I'm gonna give Big Fat Alien Wedding a B ranking. Road trip time! Well, I guess technically the whole show is a road trip, but this episode specifically is hyper road trip coded. Looks like our dear Rust Bucket is starting to show her age. Despite all the cool plumber tech, it takes 3 people and a wacky series of button inputs for the toilet to flush. Did they just Dave Matthews Band the septic tank? From nowhere, some bad dudes, and a lady, show up looking like Trailer Park Mad Max and start ramming the RV. Ben goes accelerate to fight back. It's Ripjaws! In a legitimate combat scenario. This is huge!
Who needs water when you've got jaws that can rip through steel?
Okay. They shoo off the Yee-Yees and meet up with the driver of the fancy schmancy RV that was being chased because he claims there's a monster in his hot tub. This dude's accent is bizarre. I cannot place what is supposed to be happening here.
Help, there's a monster in my hot tub.
This strange but wealthy fellow's name is Lawrence Wainwright, and he's making Max feel just a tad self-conscious. Lawrence tows him to a local diner for grub and repairs. Wait. Wainwright. Something about that name. Is this dude related to the Hal Wainwright of Season 1 fame? The gorgeous waitress tells him the group is called the Road Crew and are notorious for picking off those unlucky few who drive through this stretch of road. But their criminal empire is about to crumble once a new highway opens. I was going to make a joke about how Pixar probably got the idea for Cars from Ben 10, but then checked the release dates and immediately felt old and feeble and bad with computers. The road crew spots their new target, the Rust Bucket, and swoop in for the kill. The girl bad guy uses a lug nut gun while the boy bad guy steals the RV. Ben goes upchuck, who proves to be absolutely useless, but he gives us this incredible line delivery.
What you think this is, a drive-thru?
Human Ben gets trapped in a car wash, which has to have been the inspiration for the scene from the Country Bears, and oh good lord, it's happening again. With their booty secured, the road crew start making some rather gaudy modifications to the Rust Bucket. Ben and Gwen tell Max to just buy a new and improved RV because the Rust Bucket smells, but Max defiantly refuses because it's like family to him. The waitress picks up the Tennysons and drives them in Wainwright's RV when Gwen overhears a police report about a robbery in progress, so they double dash on over. They're too late to that scene, but immediately get word about another crime in progress, and it's here they finally catch up to the road crew, who heartlessly turn the Rust Bucket against its own family.
It's attacking us!
I know you don't mean it, girl.
Ben goes alien in front of a stranger again, which clearly is just not a concern to the writers this season, and uses Upgrade to stop the missile heist. I've been simping for Upgrade all video, but dude, the way he can fan his body out like a parachute is so sick. Max, Gwen, and the waitress get surrounded by the road crew, but Upgrade takes over the lead train car and pulls up just in time. Sick. Ben jumps into the Rust Bucket to take it back from the hijacker. Just as we've seen so many times throughout this series, the seemingly useless info from the opener comes back to save the day. Shout out permanent retirement. Ben uses the quirks of the RV that only his family knows to fry the electronics and prevent a missile launch. He takes down the driver with projectile ice cubes, and then Max launches the bozo with an ejection seat. The waitress does karate for some reason, and the road crew is sleeping with the fishies. This episode is pretty fun, and the alien variety is the best it's been this season, for better or for worse. I guess we were due for a vehicular combat episode, which I'm kind of surprised we haven't really had before. Overall, it's just a really inconsequential episode with villains we never see again, so outside of some legitimately funny lines, I'd say this episode falls into the same bucket as the other forgettable ones. Ben for good, buddy. Get to see ranking. Up next, we have a really funny episode for the wrestling fans out there and ready to rumble. Ben, Gwen, and Grandpa are having quality family time outdoors by sledding down hills on giant blocks of ice. Is this actually a thing? Ben goes accelerate for a slapstick humor scene. I'd say I'm officially off the accelerate train. He has the most appearances of all the aliens and feels really overused. It's kind of strange he wasn't included in the mascot lineup alongside Heat Blast, Forearms, and Wild Mutt, but my guess as to why is that if a mom walked by a shirt at Walmart with accelerate on it, she'd have no idea what it is, but she sees a giant orange dog or a dude with 4 muscular arms, she can probably put 2 and 2 together. But I digress, tubes. That night, Ben is using Gwen's laptop without permission and thinks he broke it. I don't quite know why he doesn't just assume it needs a charger, but either way, to avoid getting caught, he tells Gwen she can choose what the family does tonight. So he gets dragged to a poetry sesh. On his way out, Ben sees a poster for a wrestling competition with a $10,000 cash prize, which he could use to replace Gwen's laptop. I don't know what their usual bedtime is or why Ben and Gwen sleep in their street clothes, but Ben is able to sneak out of the RV in time to make it to the event. Ben enters as Four Arms and handily wins his first match, but realizes he has to win 10 more matches before getting the prize money. The shutdown beeping starts, so Four Arms has to run away from the owner of the event, Mr. Beck, but once human Ben appears out of a dumpster, he says he actually represents the big forearm guy as his agent. In his next fight, Four Arms takes on a dude with crab claws for limbs, which begs the question of how prevalent are aliens in this version of American society? No one seems particularly concerned about the presence of a crab man or cyclops, so it just must be common, right? Can the aliens seek employment alongside humans? Much to think about. Four Arms beats a porcupine dude named Porcupine in the ring, then shortly after, Ben gets confronted by Gator Boy, who's looking to pick a fight. This is when the humor really starts to pick up. Porky and Gator go to meet with some trenchcoat goons to remind them that something will happen if they don't win that prize money from Mr. Beck. Color me surprised, I thought this whole event was on the up and up. The championship match is Four Arms versus Gator Boy. Four Arms seems to have the match under control until Porcupine interferes and pricks him with his poison quills.
No! Hey, 2 against 1! That's not fair!
Oh, like somebody having 4 arms instead of 2?
Despite his opponent's Bush League tactics, Four Arms secures the title. Thank God the Omnitrix never timed out during a match, right? Very convenient. Ben gets the 10K check from Mr. Beck, but on his way home stumbles upon Gator Boy and Porky getting harassed by Beck's goons. Wait a dang minute, is that Grandpa Max's voice?
Yeah, so you're freaks and losers. Boy, that's a nice combination.
So it is. Paul Eiding does a great mobster voice. We come to find out Gator and Porky got tied up with the mob. Mr. Beck is threatening to evict them from their family farm and is holding their mom hostage as collateral. Ben remembers Max talking about a historic lumber mill nearby and leads his new allies there in search for their mom. The trio gets cornered by the mob. It looks like they guessed the location correctly. And we get a huge dramatic reveal.
There's Mama!
That's your mom?
The folks say we take after our paw.
That's their mother? Her? Her is their mother? Now we have a timed mission. Mama is about to get sawed in two unless someone stops it. Gator gets captured, Porcupine, who looks how Sonic should have looked in the live action movie, goes down. And it's all left to Four Arms, or rather, Ditto, to save Mom from a gory, violent, blood-soaked death. With the help of 8 Dittos, the day is saved.
Ah, so hard to find decent thugs these days.
Ditto Luigi Mansion's Mr. Beck, and as all happy stories end, the local police show up to take the thugs into custody. Ben hands over the prize money, heads back to the RV, and apologizes to Gwen for breaking her laptop. Gwen brokers a deal. If Ben does her chores for the rest of the summer, she'll forgive him. Ben accepts, and Gwen immediately reveals the laptop was never broken. But nice of Ben to take on her workload. I'm usually not crazy on episodes that have low alien variety like this one, where we only see 3 aliens. Well, really, we just see 2 since Accelerates was just a wacky bit. But this one is an exception to the rule. The cheesy parody of mobster gambling movies was really funny, and seeing Four Arms in a wrestling match was actually pretty cool. Overall, I'm giving Ready to Rumble a B ranking. Banger! Banger! But actually though, this is another Ben 10,000 episode. Looks like this is 10 years after we last saw future Ben, seeing as he's now got some gray hair, Max looks older, and he has a whole kid now named Ken. Aunt Gwendolyn is here too. She got me acting up for real, for real. Max gives Kenny a new hoverboard, and Ben gives him his very own Omnitrix. But Ben has enabled the parental control so that Kenny can only use 10 aliens, including OGs like Stinkfly and Accelerate. It's really cool getting to see father and son fighting alongside each other here. I guess Ben's fights are shown on billboards around the city, and wouldn't you know it, mixed in the crowd appears to be Kevin 11's very own offspring. Ben takes down 3 aliens, leaving Kenny grumpy since he didn't get to take one down himself. Anytime they defeat an alien, Ben throws a null void grenade to capture it and then gives it to Grandpa Max for chambering, or moving the vile beast from the little mini null void to the real one. Kenny heads out with his new hoverboard to clear his mind, and this is where Lil, Kevin, and Ken meet. They race for a bit and become fast friends, sealed through a fist bump while sitting on a statue of Ben. Lil Kevin is named Devlin and vents to Ken that he has some daddy issues too. Ken, being a dum-dum, lets it slip that you can sneak into Ben's base through the sewers. Surely that won't come back to haunt him, right? It comes back to haunt him immediately. Like, scene transitions and boom, intruder alert. It's Kevin 11 back from the null void. How could this be possible? Even though Ben had told Ken they'd fight the intruder together, things change once Ben realizes it's Kevin 11, and he orders Ken to hide in his room. Kevin and Ben wind up in the null void room just as Kevin had hoped, but Ben says he's hid in the containment unit.
I like my eggs fried.
Alright, sure. Kenny sneaks through the air vents as gray matter to join the fray, but the watch times out just as he makes it. Ben gets smacked and Kevin flies off. Ken is furious that Ben will let him fight, and he thinks Ben doesn't trust him since he wasn't told about hiding the null void unit. Ken and Devlin meet up again to discuss daddy issues. Ken mentions that Kevin 11 broke in, but Devlin plays dumb and doesn't disclose that's his dad. Dumb Ken then sneaks Devlin into the base and snoops through the tricked out rust bucket. We see Ben talking to Gwen for advice on how to handle Ken, which gives us this insane shot of Ben's base in front of Mount Rushmore. Ken finds the secret entrance to the null void unit and, surprise, Devlin turns on him. I'm like 90% sure I'm explaining this right. So Devlin can turn into a Kevin 11 type form with powers from Ben's OG aliens, and his dad Kevin was in the null void the whole time. Once he's free, Devlin assumes he'll want to escape, but Kevin thinks killing Ken would be the best way to get revenge on Ben. I hope you've got a notepad to keep track of the different characters here. Grandpa Max shows up and blasts Kevin, then shows off his Inspector Gadget robo-arm before he and Kenny get tied up by Kevin. Ben shows up to fight back, and Kevin reveals that he's been absorbing DNA from all the aliens that have been thrown into the null void. Thus, Kevin 11,000 is born. He looks super dope, by the way. Devlin tries to intervene and prevent Kevin from killing Ben, but Kevin throws his own son to the side. Oh, the horror! Ben launches Kevin all the way up to the surface and the fight moves to the streets. Kevin uses what looks like Benwolf's sonar beam attack, which knocks Ben out in one blow. Ken shows up as gray matter and then suddenly changes into Spitter to blast Kevin. Big brain move! Kenny used gray matter to disable the limiter on the Omnitrix. Devin 11 throws a shipping container at his father to help Ken and apologizes for what's happening. Ben wakes up and sees that Kevin has hurt his son, which makes him just a tad angry. So he turns into Way Big and plays whack-a-mole with Kevin's body. Wait a second, Way Big? Are we soft launching right now? According to the Ben 10 wiki, the series finale movie Secret of the Omnitrix was actually released as 3 episodes to start season 4. So even though I assume most people recall the movie being the end of the show, it actually marks the beginning of the end. Kinda. Based on this timeline, Way Big had already been seen once, so this doesn't count as his premiere. Ken hands Ben a null void grenade to end the skirmish, but Kevin manages to knock it away with a second win. But thankfully Devlin, from nowhere, rolls a grenade at his own father's feet and traps him away. Devlin starts walking away, but Max and Ben give each other the let's execute him on the spot kind of look. JK, they invite Devlin to live with them and become part of their family. Oh, happy days. Yeah, so same as the Ben 10,000 episode here, if there's a hot take to be had, it's not going to be in this video. This episode slaps. It's a creative way to give us one final futuristic episode before the series wraps up, and really drives your imagination wild with what it means to have a father-son Omnitrix duo. Incorporating Kevin and Devlin was a really cool and organic conflict, even though none of this would have happened if Kenny hadn't doxed his address. Ken 10 earns an S ranking. Riddle me this. Where are airplanes stored? Yep. Now replace the start of that word with a B. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Banger alert! Kinda crazy that there's only 3 episodes left and we're still learning about Ben's alien abilities. Right away we get to see Stinkfly's new super hearing ability.
We got the loop and made a clean getaway.
I wouldn't say that.
I kid. Ain't no way he should be able to hear these dudes talking. Ben takes down some more lowlives with ease, and in a textbook case of flying too close to the sun, Ben asks the world,
Isn't there a villain left out there who can give me a challenge?
Oh Ben, what have you done? Another kid named Cooper is tagging along on the rust bucket for a few days. He's the son of one of Max's old plumber buddies. Ben and Gwen are bickering over a radio call-in giveaway for movie tickets, which leads to neither of them winning. But in a stroke of luck, Cooper has 2 VIP tickets to give away. So obviously, Ben and Gwen are going to fight to be his favorite to secure a ticket. Cut away to Fort Knox, where... Okay, alright. Dude, okay, no one sees these dudes, these big trenchcoat fiends with skin tones not found in the human species, and the little itty-bitty man following them with a villainous cape. No one sees this. No one, not a soul. Okay, back on track. The circus freaks and Subliminal break into the gold vault, letting the viewer know that they're back. Max witnesses the crime on a security camera from inside the vault. Convenient. And then I do most certainly believe we get an Insane Clown Posse reference here.
I mean, a music video starring that new group,
Psycho Circus Freaks.
Whoop whoop! Family! Family! The trio, out of habit, lies to Cooper about what the video shows, but once Cooper mentions Ben's Omnitrix and Gwen's spellbook, the jig is up and they loop him in. They pull up to Fort Knox and walk in the front door, as they always do, to check out the scene.
Gross, with a capital G.
Ben goes accelerate to fight against the hypnotized security guards shooting at them, but gets into trouble when some dudes with BFGs show up. In the nick of time, Cooper saves Gwen and Max with a forklift. Apparently, his thing is hacking machinery. With the coast clear, they head deeper into the vault and discover the freaks didn't want the fort's gold, rather what was inside the plumber base hidden underneath the fort's gold. The freaks and Subliminal are looking over their loot in a warehouse. A red Forever Knight named Red Knight, who could have thunk it, grabs the plumber tech and presents it to the big boss we got a glimpse of at the end of Perfect Day. Red Knight is clearly stronger than any of the other goons here, which means this top dog must be even stronger. Back in the RV, Cooper has installed an autopilot feature which allows Max to take a look at a map of plumber bases across the country, and the one in Seattle is lighting up like someone who lives in Seattle does after work. Cooper reveals that he's also added a super ultra extra turbo mode and they set sail for the Emerald City. Only issue is, he didn't install a braking ability. Ben climbs up on the roof as Diamond Head and uses his really cool diamond lasso creation to finally bring the vessel to a halt. Just as they put in park, a swarm of wasps attack. It's Clancy from Season 1! He looks way grosser as is, but then transforms into an even grosser insectoid creature. Cooper gets picked up by a swarm, but Gwen saves him with magic.
Hey, what are friends for?
The gang takes the elevator to the top floor of the Space Needle, but it's intercepted by Rojo, who is back with a new and improved suit of armor. Who is funding this operation? Rojo cuts the elevator wire so Diamond Head has to stop it from falling. They reach the roof with the help of infinite diamond growth like a kid's science kit and spot both Charmcaster and Dr. Animo. It's almost like all of Ben's enemies are teaming up against him. Ben, Max, and Gwen split up to fight these no-good doers. Clancy joins the fight. Man, his design is gross. I really like it. Max sees Rojo running off with the plumber gadget and realizes it's an item called the key. Whatever it is, it's serious. He barks out to stop Rojo by any means. Animo lets out this funny yell when Ben knocks him off the roof. And Ben pins Rojo. Until the watch times out. Cooper naively throws the key off the roof into the hands of Animo, and the tribe of vermin fly away to regroup. Back in the turbocharged RV, Max is big stressing. He explains that years ago, the plumbers got their hands on something called sub-energy, which dwarfs nuclear energy and power. It was too unstable to use at scale, so the plumbers locked it away in the Mount Rushmore base. The only way to access it is with the key. We're dealing with a real 2012 Mayan calendar situation here, folks. And the worst part, Max has a hunch that there's an even larger conspiracy afoot.
Whoever masterminded all of this has knowledge of top-secret plumber intel.
The rust bucket finally reaches Mount Rushmore before it gets blasted off the road. Standing menacingly on a ridge above them, more intimidating than the monsters entering the scare floor, are all of Ben's foes, including the head of the Forever Knights. To be continued fades in, and that's a wrap. Man, this episode is insane. For the first time this season, it's starting to truly feel like loose ends are getting tied up. Having all of these enemies return, especially those who only had one previous appearance like Clancy and Sublimino, is an awesome send-off. Think about how video games are designed, especially platformers. You spend the whole game learning different moves and abilities, and then the final level tests your mastery of everything all at once. Ben, Gwen, and Max are now forced to leave it all on the field and use everything they've learned this summer to stop the -10 master plan. Cooper's addition doesn't make that huge of an impact at this point, but the writers drop enough little breadcrumbs to let you know that he's going to play a big role in Part 2. Ben 10 versus Negative 10 Part 1 earns a resounding S ranking. Banger alert, banger alert. In this penultimate installment, we're picking up right where we left off. The Negative 10 have the Tennysons cornered. Thumbskull makes the first move but gets zapped as soon as he lands a punch. Max has the Rust Bucket in lockdown mode. Rojo shoots it with lasers, Charmcaster launches rocks, Clancy shoots it with bees. Thumbskull takes another hack at it and this time succeeds at ripping the door off, exposing the frightened friends. Plot twist, it was just a hologram, setting up a frame-perfect grenade toss. I was gonna write they got punked, but Rojo made that joke before I could.
They're holograms! We've been punked!
The crew managed to slip out the back but get caught by Red Knight, so Ben goes forearms to shoo him off. Cooper runs off like a baby and gets smacked by an unseen assailant. Max says they need to find a way into the base ASAP, which sets up a peek inside Cooper's mind. He has some type of plumber machinery magic that can find and unlock secret entrances. Very handy. Coop, Gwen, and Max make their way into the base where Max takes control of a central command module to monitor the fight. Things aren't going well. Red Knight manages to throw forearms like a ragdoll with just one hit, and then the watch time's out. Max fires off a turret to give Ben enough time to make it to safety. With the help of Gwen's magic, he sends a little gift up to the ghastly gorillas. A pipe bomb! The head knight takes out the security cameras, but Max recognizes the voice. It's a former plumber named Driscoll, who was caught stealing alien tech for his own personal gain and dishonorably discharged from the secret society. This gives the Negative 10 a clear advantage. Driscoll knows Rushmore like the back of his hand. Cooper is working on setting up some security drones and explains how his ability works.
I can sort of see inside machines and junk like that. It's kind of like a Wi-Fi in my head.
Coop's not the only one prepping for war. Grandpa Max has equipped a fancy schmancy plumber exosuit that gives him super strength. Heat Blast melts down a bunch of junk to fortify the door, and the Max leads him to the sub-energy security field to get a sit rep. The sub-energy is invisible behind the force field. You've got to put on an Apple Vision Pro to see through it. And you've got to tune the goggles to the right frequency as the force field gives off a static sound. The sub-energy is very petite, but Max assures them it's dangerous.
Is 20 times more powerful than the sun. Mishandle it, and you've got an explosion big enough to blow a continent off the face of the earth.
Blow up a continent? Brother, if it's 20 times stronger than the sun, I think we've got bigger problems than that. Max is passing the time by planting C4, while Ben and Gwen are dueling for who wins Cooper's movie premiere ticket. Remember, this is still a thing. A motion sensor goes off just before Animo breaks in riding a giant mole. Ben goes wild mutt to take down the mole, while Max chokes out Animo. Cooper activates the security drones, but thanks to his insider knowledge, Driscoll is able to turn them against the good guys. Max yells for everyone to retreat to the lower level, including Wild Mutt, who makes a sick leap to safety. Sick. Once safe inside the sub-energy chamber, it's clear that Sublimino is who whacked Cooper at the start of the episode. He turns on the Tennysons. Gwen cleverly snaps Cooper out of his hypnosis by tuning the force field goggles to the so-called Wi-Fi inside his head. He passes out and Max hides him away for safety. The trio readies himself for the final battle, and oh, hello there, new alien. The Negative 10 break in and an all-out brawl the likes of which hasn't been seen since Marineford begins. Eye-Guy takes on the Freaks and Sublimino, Gwen and Charmcaster enter into their final battle, Max and his exosuit confront Driscoll and Red Knight in front of the sub-energy field. Eye-Guy takes down Clancy by shooting him with an eye booger that freezes him in place. Definitely makes sense, makes perfect sense. Despite Max's best efforts, Driscoll takes possession of the sub-energy.
The sub-energy is too unstable.
That's what the plumbers said about me when they kicked me out.
Hilariously, Driscoll just throws up the deuces and strolls on out of the combat zone now that he has what he came for. Ben and Gwen strokes amigos to spark division within the Negative 10 ranks, which works perfectly, giving Ben a window to dip out and find Driscoll. Back on the surface, the Knights summon their insanely cool looking car, and Ben blows it up immediately. Driscoll absorbs the sub-energy into his supersuit and attacks Ben, who turns into Upchuck just in time. While this is happening, Gwen and Max spring their trap flawlessly and capture the -10 inside the force field originally used for the sub-energy. Upchuck takes down Red Knight, like, immediately, and turns his attention to Sir Driscoll. He rips the sub-energy straight from Driscoll's chest, swells up like Mrs. Puff, blasts the fool with the sub-energy Upchuck vortex, but in doing so, he also destroyed Mount Rushmore. Based. With the world saved, they head back to drop Cooper off at home.
There is no extra ticket. There are no tickets at all. What? What do you mean?
Cooper lied about the tickets, thinking Ben and Gwen wouldn't talk to him unless he had something cool to offer. Get owned, dummies. The -10 are vanquished for good. What a great way to wrap up the tale of Ben's biggest ops. The action in this episode was top tier, and seeing each character play to their respective strengths was thrilling. Ben's alien variety was crazy, especially since we got to see a whole new dude in Eye Guy. Upchuck really shined here too. The Vortex finisher was stunning. Great story, great action, great alien appearances, and a great closing punchline with Cooper handing Ben and Gwen the L. Ben 10 versus -10 Part 2, you have been awarded the final S ranking of the Strict Maybe Showcase. Bravo. Bravo. Like all that's precious and beautiful in this life, everything must come to an end. Even summer vacation.
Grandpa, what can we do next? Get you to school, Ben. Summer's over.
Post theme song, we get a narrated comic book calling back to the beginning of Gwen 10 from season 2. Grandpa Max is driving Ben home to Bellwood, the self-proclaimed most normal city in America. While Ben is excited to show off the cool new tricks he picked up over the summer, Max brings him back to Earth and reminds him that the power of the Omnitrix will have to remain a secret, even from his mom and dad. They arrive at Ben's home and Max says his summer goodbyes.
You gave this old plumber new life. It was an honor fighting side by side with you, Benjamin Tennyson.
Then for the first time this series, we actually get to see Ben's parents, Carl, who coincidentally wears a green shirt every day, and Sandra. It seems like Max and Carl have a weird relationship. Carl invites him in, but Max says he's in a hurry. It sounds like Carl was in on the plumber stuff, but turns out he thinks Max is an actual plumber, like toilets and stuff. So Max kept his career secret even from his own children. That's gotta be tough. The rust bucket starts driving away and Gwen and Ben give each other a smirk, showing they will actually miss one another but would never be caught dead admitting it. Immediately, Ben starts using the Omnitrix for nefarious purposes, like cleaning his room and organizing the garage. The next day, Ben's dad drops him off at school and invites him to check out his new job as a city engineer later. Ben's aliens are the talk of the cafeteria, but Ben can't take credit for it, which hurts his soul. Just like old times, Ben stands up to Cash and JT, which gets him soaked in ice cream. Look at this goofy dance, bruh. Even the nerds think Ben is a nerd. This place is hell.
What did you do this summer? Rode around in an RV with my grandpa and cousin.
And I thought we were nerds.
A split second before the dodgeballs start flying, a flock of alien drones bust through the gym searching for Ben. He dips into a closet to go Diamond Head and fight back. Right as a drone is about to take old D-Head down, Grandpa Max, who is openly brandishing a weapon on school grounds, takes down the enemy and saves Ben. Ah, I see, the gun doubles as a camera. Got it. Cash and JT accuse Ben of hiding like a baby, and again, he has to swallow his pride and refrain from admitting his secret. On the drive home from school, Max tells Ben that he never even told his wife about being a plumber, though he wanted to every day of his life. He's trying to show Ben that as hard as it is, it's of the utmost importance he keeps the watch a secret. Ben heads on in to find that only the front of his house is still standing. The rest has been completely destroyed. By Vilgax! And he has Carl hostage. Old Tentacle Face says he'll free Carl if Ben gives up the watch, which Ben, of course, rejects.
If there's one thing you made me believe, Vilgax, it's to never believe you.
That was hard. Only Cannibal, the best big fella of all time himself, could deliver a line this hard. Vilgax explains the drones at school were but a decoy to allow him to slip in underneath Max's radars, and that he intends to destroy Bellwood. Is that it, Vilgax? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not nice to destroy anything, but just the town? Not even the tri-state area? The BB Fat scares off Vilgax for the time being and has to have a heart-to-heart with his dad. Fast forward a little bit, Vilgax's drones are terrorizing the town just as that despicable beast promised. Carl and Ben link up with Max and Gwen to mount a comeback.
Actions speak louder than words, and I've got 3 of them. Aim and fire.
Hard.
Are you prepared for more, Tennyson?
You talking to me, ugly?
Hard. Ben goes accelerate to challenge Vilgax, and wouldn't you know it, Cash and JT witness it. Finally, Ben can take credit for his summer heroics. Quick note here, it's the series finale and we're getting 2 accelerate appearances. Remarkably lame stuff. Despite their best efforts, it seems like Vilgax just won't go down. But Carl has an idea, and it's thanks to his job as an engineer. Accelerate lures Vilgax into an underground tunnel where his dad maintains the gas lines. Carl opens a valve, lights the fumes, and incinerates Vilgax to a crisp, blowing Main Street to smithereens in the process. And to put the cherry on top of this momentous victory, Ben takes care of some important business, hanking Cash and JT by their underwear in front of the school, just like the series premiere. Another fun callback. The next day, Ben strolls into school with a newfound bravado until another disaster strikes. Gwen's dad got a new job in Bellwood, so now Ben has a permanent study buddy. As the series comes to a close, we see Animo and his mutants storming towards the school. Ben's teacher suggests an early recess, and for one final time, we hear the line,
Going hero!
"As we go on, we remember all the times we had together." It's bittersweet to see this beautiful show come to an end, but I believe this finale does the story justice. The kids return to their normal 10-year-old lives. Ben reveals his powers to his dad, but not his mom, who strangely does not appear in the back half of the episode, and Vilgax gets taken down by the Tennyson Quartet. Contrary to the show's standard, there's some really great one-liners in here along with some heartfelt moments. I do think seeing 2 appearances of the show's most used alien in the series finale was a very poor, lazy decision. The finale is when we should be burning through aliens and get to see a little bit of everyone in some way. Wasting one of the show's final 5 transformations on Accelerate doing chores leaves a pretty sour taste in my mouth. All in all, seeing as the show had to start and end with summer vacation, I think this was a very fitting conclusion. For my final ranking, I'm giving Goodbye, Good Riddance, an A. Wow, never thought we'd get here. The end of Ben 10. Season 4 is pretty good overall. There were times where it felt like maybe the team's heart wasn't into it all the way. I'd like to know more about the behind the scenes of, were they spending too much time working on the movie? Were they already starting to ramp up production on Ben 10 Alien Force? Now, I do recognize that all this information is available to me online, but I'm just simply choosing not to go find it. Now let's consult the breast pocket. Let's see how these rankings came out. Season 4, we did have the worst episode of the entire series. I don't need to talk about that anymore than I already have. D tier, none. 2 episodes in C tier, 3 in B tier, 1 in A tier, and 3 in S tier. So we did finish pretty strong. Overall ranking was a 24.6. That clocks it at the 2nd overall best season of the entire series, which I think is fair. Ditto is a bum. Ditto is the worst alien introduced in this show, and he has way too many appearances to justify how much of a bum he is. He took away a lot of screen time from way cooler aliens. Accelerate was starting to become a screen hog too, but at least Accelerate was cool. Ditto just sucked. There were no redeeming qualities about him being on screen. All that while still disrespecting Ripjaws, the fact that you gave him the first screen time he's gotten in years, and it's just a little bit of him surfing. Like, come on, dude. Let's be serious. Let's be grown adults about this situation. It has always been weird to me that there was never really a bow put onto the Ghost Freak arc. We see Ghost Freak return to the Omnitrix. To me, the bow, the ending would have been having one final transformation as Ghost Freak and getting to utilize his abilities to its fullest extent. The fact that they intentionally show us Ghost Freak returning to the Omnitrix, but we never see him again, it feels like they meant to do something and either ran out of time or ran out of budget or whatever reason, they just couldn't revisit it, which is a shame. I think they could have done something really cool. Being able to see how powerful Ghost Freak was in his final form, maybe he was just too overpowered. Maybe giving that to Ben, it would have been like, well, why would he use any other alien other than Cannonbolt, the best big fellow of all time? Getting to see Ghost Freak one more time, I think, would have been a more satisfying conclusion to the overall story as far as season 4 is concerned. If anyone's curious, the movie, if I had reviewed it, it would have been the best. I don't think that's a surprise. The movie was the best way they could have rounded out the entire series. It was just badass. It was just a cool movie. So it maybe sounds like I'm complaining a lot about season 4, but I'm not. I think it does a great job of rounding out the story. It does what needs to be done. You feel like you have a satisfying ending to Ben and Gwen's summer vacation, especially them now going to school together at the end. I thought was a cute detail. But the family dynamic is really driven home in the final few episodes. Even with too many aliens for Ben's own good, there are still great individual appearances from some of the fan favorites. And once again, just to clear up any confusion or any doubt, Grandpa Max is the definitive grandpa in cinematic history. So that's that. That is the definitive ranking of the original Ben 10 series from yours truly, Strict Maybe. This show means a lot to me. My family had just moved to Florida when this show was airing, and I found it during a difficult time of my life. I was the new kid at school, and the country bumpkins did not take to that very kindly. So dealing with bullying and again to go home and watch this show about a 10-year-old who could turn into aliens and save people and go on adventures was it was just a comfort show. It was an escape from all the tough things that we were going through. When I rewatched Ben 10, even though I'm looking at it from a different perspective now, I still get that same cozy feeling, that nostalgic feeling of being in my bedroom and watching the show and playing with my action figures on the bed and you know. I still love the show a lot. Rankings aside, it's my favorite show. I still hunt for Ben 10 action figures on eBay routinely. I do my damnedest to not buy them as much as I want to. The plan is eventually to be able to pass these toys down to my kids and my grandkids and watch the show with them, and hopefully they enjoy it the same way that I have. So let me know what your thoughts are with Ben 10 and what your experiences were when the show was airing, if you had any similar experiences that I had, or what the show means to you. I'd love to hear more about that. But yeah, that about does it. I appreciate everyone watching. This is definitely way more than it needs to be for a Ben 10 episode ranking video, but hopefully the hard work pays off and you guys enjoy what you're seeing. So I'm Will. This is the Strict Maybe production house, and that's that. Goodbye.